My Lords, I have to notify the House, in accordance with the Royal Assent Act 1967, that His Majesty the King has signified his royal assent to the following acts: Supply and Appropriation Anticipation and Adjustments Act, National Insurance Contributions Reduction in Rates Act, Trade Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership Act, and Bishop's Stortford Cemetery Act. First oral question, Baroness Twycross.
My Lords, I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper.
My Lords, we are delivering the largest expansion of childcare in England's history. Latest projections show that more than 150,000 new funded places will be secured by April. We expect that number to grow, collectively saving parents more than £500 million in costs. We continue to support the sector's expansion with £400 million of additional funding to uplift hourly rates next year and a guarantee that rates will increase in line with cost pressures for 2 years after that.
My Lords, on these benches we agree with the ambition of the policy, but delivery on the expansion of the free childcare scheme is falling short, with the charity Core and Family in Childcare finding that parents in some parts of the country are spending over 50% of their income on childcare, and with children needing to be registered for nurseries before they're born. What more is the government doing to ensure parents and children get the expansion of the free childcare they have been promised?
I think it's slightly curious to say that delivery is falling short when the new entitlements start in April of this year, but the noble lady knows that we've made a significant investment in capital to support local authorities. We've made a number of innovations in relation to the workforce, and the uptake of the scheme has been very encouraging, and most importantly, and I think the Institute of Fiscal Studies has confirmed this, we have announced very generous funding rates, particularly for younger children.
My Lords, I think we're sort of surprised at the confidence of the Minister, given that in the last 12 months we've seen a 50% increase in the number of nurseries that have closed in just the last year. 40% of nurseries say they're undecided as to whether they will deliver the new funded offer for 2-year-olds, and 20% saying they will do, but it'll be limited places. Why is the Minister so confident that this scheme, well, we hope she's right, but can she give us more reassurance as to why she thinks this will definitely happen?
So, in terms of confidence, I think the first thing I would say is, of course, both the Noble Lady and the Noble Lord are right in the sense this is a very ambitious expansion of childcare, but the really significant increase in capacity will be in September 2025. So we've got some time to put in place what is needed to deliver on that. I know the Noble Lord talked about the number of nurseries that have closed, but I know he's also aware that actually the childcare workforce has gone up year on year, 2023 over 2022, and is up by 40,000 places. Sorry, the number of places has increased in the last 5 years by 40,000, where there's been a 1% annual decline in 0 to 5-year-olds.
My Lords, I understand that there have been reports suggesting that the pressure on childcare places will cause special needs children to be squeezed out of the provision. Could my noble friend clarify this situation?
So, we're aware of the concerns that my noble friend refers to, and the House also knows that we're doing a great deal to create a fairer special needs system. One of the key things here is the phased implementation of the expansion to the 30 hours offer, to make sure that we develop and continue to monitor the capacity for children with special educational needs.
So why does it take a crisis before the government acts? Isn't there any forward planning in her department that identifies need and then does something before it becomes a crisis?
Well, I don't know, some people might recognise that the government is making a very, very substantial investment in this area. We've already spent more than £20 billion over the last 5 years to support families with the cost of childcare, and this next step will be another major one.
I really don't think that the House would wish to cast aspersions on the intention of this policy. Most people would think it good and worth supporting. However, can the noble lady say whether there is an accurate match between the funds which will be available to the sector from the government to support this expansion and the need that they have identified for the funds in order to do it successfully? Because I think she will agree that there has been some doubt as to whether those two numbers match.
Well, I genuinely thank the noble lady for her question, because it gives me the opportunity to set out a couple of things. So I think one perhaps might want to look at funding rates for different ages of children to see whether there's sufficient funding. The funding for 3 to 4-year-olds is almost identical on the new scheme to previous rates. For 2-year-olds, the government will be paying £8.28 an hour compared to £6.07 previously, and for those between 9 months and 2 years, £11.22 compared to £6.05. I leave the noble lady to draw her own conclusions.
The noble lady, could the noble lady help me? Thank you. The noble lady spoke about entitlement. Could she tell me what's the difference between entitlement and delivery?
Well, the government has committed to deliver the number of childcare places needed for those who are eligible and seek to take advantage of the opportunity the government offers.
Would the noble Lord the Minister agree that many families up and down Britain are tearing their hair out over the cost and difficulty of accessing quality, affordable childcare? So clearly delivery is crucial, but would you also agree that childcare is one part of the jigsaw puzzle, that many families, working families in Britain, are also worried about security of employment, predictability of working hours and income in order to be able to access childcare, and that what we really need is a new deal for working people that delivers that security as well as childcare provision?
Well, I know the noble lady is well aware of the very substantial increases that we've made in the national living wage. But I think, just to put it in context, the 30 hours of free childcare is equivalent to just under £7,000 per child, which I think the noble lady will agree is a very substantial contribution to the average family income.
My lords, one of the best things we ever had under Tony Blair 20-odd years ago was the show start. We had it all over the country. And the children sort of benefited. Why can't we introduce that full show start like we had 20-odd years ago, again, so the children can benefit up and down the country?
Well, I'm not sure time permits me to go into everything regarding Sure Start, but I would draw the noble lord's attention to the family hubs that the government is rolling out around the country. And I think the learning that we took from Sure Start and have put into the family hubs is the focus on disadvantage and the length of time that families can get support. So Sure Start, understandably, was focused on very young children, but actually those of us who are parents know that one might need support with one's children at different points as they grow up, and that's one of the philosophies behind the family hubs.
The lady has looked at comparative data which shows that childcare is so much more expensive and the requirements here so much more stringent than in other countries around the world. And it is also the case that calculations have been done in the States that if all childcare was absolutely free, it would eventually be covered by the tax returns from women who would be freed up, women and other parents, of course, who would be freed up to go back to work.
I think that's exactly what the government is delivering, and exactly those calculations were behind the government's decision to make such an increase. We'll be spending in 27-28, we'll be spending in excess of £8 billion on free childcare hours and early education. And just to make sure that the Noble Lady is aware, from September 2025, there will be 30 hours of free childcare from when a child is 9 months old until they start school.
Question, Baroness Bloomfield of Hinton Walters.
I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper.
NHS England has decided that Evelina London should be the future location of the principal treatment centre, following extensive engagement with a wide range of stakeholders across the South London South East region. The delivery plan has been assessed as affordable by NHS England with capital funding in place and remains subject to robust financial scrutiny. Ministers are considering next steps.
I thank my noble friend the Minister for his answer and draw attention to my entry in the Register of Interests. This is an extraordinary act of self-harm. NHS England, in a decision delegated to the London region, announced that it will be closing down the world-leading paediatric cancer services of the Royal Marsden Hospital in Sutton and transferring these to the Evelina Hospital in central London. The Royal Marsden is the largest centre for clinical trials for new drugs for children with cancer in Europe. Its unique co-location with the ICR and the team developing new adult cancer drugs and researching how these can be used to help support childhood cancers means risking the loss of many of these trials and breakthroughs by breaking this bond. Will my noble friend the Minister undertake to ask the Secretary of State to call in this decision as legislation allows her to?
Firstly, I'd like to thank my noble friend for the tireless work that she does on behalf of the Royal Marsden, and probably convey the views of all the noble lords of the fantastic work the Royal Marsden does. As the current situation, I think, as noble lords know, is the NHS has reached a decision. The Secretary of State does have the power to call in exceptional cases. So as a result of that, Minister Stevenson is currently undertaking a fact-finding mission on this. I have set up a meeting with Minister Stevenson to discuss this, and my noble friend is very welcome to join me in that meeting.
Lords, structural healthcare decisions are amongst the most challenging. My worry is that there are greater risks now that Evelina has been chosen. It will be the only principal treatment centre in the UK where neurosurgery is not carried out on site. St George's has over 25 years of experience of caring for children with cancer and a dedicated staff team of over 430 people, only 4 of whom will be moving to Evelina. So can I ask the Minister, what actions will the government be taking to monitor and ensure the continued standard of cancer care for children going forward?
Well, I thank the noble lord. As I say, at the moment, ministers now are on a fact-finding mission on it all. I understand the points the noble lord makes. The points that the NHS have made in this is that they want a co-location of cancer treatment alongside an intensive care unit, and they believe that following the Professor Sir Mike Richards review, that is the best way to have those services co-located, which is why they've chosen the Evelina. Again, there's pros and cons on every decision. That's why now ministers are doing further fact-finding.
My Lords, this decision is daft on many counts, and some of them has already been expressed by the noble Baroness Broomfield. I declare an interest. I'm an occasional contributor to Royal Marsden Cancer Charity. It's already been mentioned. It's a world-renowned centre for cancer research, including in children. Going back to the decision, if the decision was made to close down Royal Marsden and shift all the services for children's cancer to Evelina, Evelina will not have and does not have all the facilities to deliver oncology, medical oncology services to children. So compromised children with cancers will have to be transferred out of Evelina to other places where radiotherapy is available. So why are we shutting down one center? Because it only has 3 children that it transferred last year out of 700 to intensive care. All of them survived, to another center which does not have major radiotherapy facilities.
The noble lord makes some very good points. The evidence put forward from the NHS in their review on that is that the specific cancer treatments will take place at University College Hospital, London, where they've got the radiotherapy and the proton beam technology, which they think will be to particular patient benefit. As I say, we as ministers obviously want to understand and put the points forward that the noble lord makes to this to see if it's a decision that we also are comfortable with, because, as mentioned earlier, we do, since January 24, have the powers to call in the decision in exceptional cases.
My lords, just...
A lot in this House about joined-up thinking, and it seems to me that this is not joined-up thinking. It seems that we're thinking of fragmenting a service which works very good. And co-location is so important for all experts to be able to talk and decide and research together. So I would ask my noble friend, the Minister, to do everything he can to change this decision.
Yes, I'm happy to, as I say, go through the facts myself. So again, I will freely admit, and I hope noble lords know me well enough, that I like to look at all the evidence, and clearly that's the stage now that we need to go through. I've seen some excellent examples. We're building a new centre that I saw in Cambridge just the other day, where we're trying to put together the research and the treatment all under one roof, which of course is what the Royal Marsden has for children's cancer. So I'm very, very aware of the benefits of all doing that, and it will be front of my mind.
My lords, does not the noble lord, the Minister, understand, I'm sure actually he does, that actually cancer can't be seen as an isolated disease, and one of the aspects is how you provide for children in their entirety during the treatment, which does not always involve just cancer, but other organs as well and other parts of the child.
Yes, and obviously, the Royal Marsden has a very good track record on that. And again, as it was explained to me on the Cambridge visit, actually having all those services together under one roof is a definite advantage. So, when you weigh up the pros and cons column, that will definitely be in the pro column.
My lords, the Minister will be by now aware that there's considerable doubt and controversy and concern around this decision. He has said, and we all take it in good faith, that the Secretary of State is calling this in at this stage for fact-finding. Can he give us a timeline? When does he anticipate such a review of the facts might be finished?
It's only right now that the facts are just starting to come towards us. So definitely on something as important as this, we definitely don't want to be hurried into it. So normally I'll be at this dispatch box saying, I want to go. Something as profound as this, actually, I want to make sure that we're not hurrying into it, because I think what all noble lords would agree with today is we've got a very good service in operation. I looked at their stats, for instance, and the Royal Marsden has excellent stats in terms of speed of treatment, faster diagnosis, everything we're trying to do on there. So I'm afraid I can't give a timetable, because actually quite deliberately I want to make sure we don't rush into any decision until we know all the facts.
There seems to be two issues here. One is the inexplicable or seemingly inexplicable nature of the decision, but also the process by which this decision was made. So can the Minister please talk to his colleague not only on a fact-finding mission about this particular decision, but actually how decisions like this are taken within the NHS, and what issues are being considered, and what is more important than other issues? Because it seems to me that there is an imbalance somehow within the decision-making process, and perhaps that is also an issue that needs to be addressed.
I do want to be fair to the NHS here. They have done an extensive study in all of this. They rated it on, they had a lot of professionals rating it on extensive criteria, and there are certain areas where they really did believe that the Evelina scored higher than St George's and the Marsden. So it is a balanced decision. All I can do is absolutely promise the Lords that we will actually take all those facts into account.
My Lords, I appreciate the Minister is looking at all of this, but given the difficulties of achieving the number of clinical trials in the UK, what effect is anticipated of research because of the proposed relocation of paediatric cancer services? And is there an intention to factor into the final decision the need to expand research capacity for childhood and adult cancers?
Yes, so of the criteria that the NHS have taken into account in there, one is clinical services, another is the patient care experience, another is the research part of it all. And under that criteria, they did actually score the Evelina higher in terms of research. Again, I want to understand that because I think many noble lords will be quite surprised by that finding, but I can assure the noble lady that actually the research and the ability to do clinical trials, which is a vital component of our life sciences industry, is an important factor in this decision.
Third oral question, Baroness Taylor of Stevenage.
I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper.
The public and private sector bodies engaged in the Teesworks project are responsible for ensuring they comply with all relevant audit requirements. Additionally, the government commissioned an independent review of the project, which we published in February. The Tees Valley Mayor is implementing its recommendations, including Recommendation 2728, relating to the internal and external audit functions.
My Lords, I thank the Noble Baroness, the Minister, for her answer, but I honestly think the people of Teesside deserve better than to be fobbed off like this. The independent review published in January said, based on the evidence from the review, the governance and financial management arrangements are not of themselves sufficiently robust or transparent to evidence value for money. We are told by ministers the NAO does not look at individual authorities, so we question on the 30th of January and the 7th of March just what are the arrangements for auditing this project, so local people can be reassured what the return on their significant investment is giving them. We were promised an answer in writing, which hasn't appeared, and in view of the powerless state of local government audit generally and the nature of the 28 scathing recommendations set out in the review, an NAO financial investigation seems appropriate. Why is the government still resisting that?
I thank the Noble Baroness for her supplementary question, and I can assure her that the letter is on its way. I thought it was already sent, so I apologise if you haven't received it yet. As I outlined in my response to the debate on the regeneration of industrial areas on the 7th of March, it is not the NAO's role to audit or examine individual local authorities, and its powers would not normally be used to that purpose. I've since looked into this, and expanding their remit previously required the Chief Secretary of the Treasury granting statutory powers, and therefore, given that we have had a very thorough independent review which has been done, then I think it's time that we actually learn from those lessons and actually implement that rather than repeat it.
We see two businessmen at the present time making multi-million pounds worth of profits on the back of £500 million worth of taxpayers' investment, without them putting any of their own cash at risk and not taking any liabilities until they are negated against guaranteed income streams. The Tees Valley Review said that these generous contractual arrangements should be renegotiated as the businessmen are making super profits at the expense of local taxpayers. So does the government agree with this finding and the suggested change that needs to be made?
I can assure this House that the Mayor has actually accepted all of the recommendations that were in that report and is enacting them right now. We have asked for a report on how much has progressed in 6 months' time, and we expect that there will be significant progress on all of this, including the renegotiation of any of those contracts.
My Lords, I'm really disappointed with the Minister's response. In the debate,
I thought that we had established the Mayor was actually only dealing with a limited number of the recommendations, particularly around governance, and there are a whole raft of others that he did not address in his letter, and we have not heard from the government, and the public in Tees Valley have not heard from the government as to what they are going to do to ensure that proper procedures, which have been undertaken by other local authorities for generations, are actually adhered to in Tees Valley. Can the noble lady, the minister, reassure us that there will now be a tendering process and a process of procurement that is understandable in the public sector, even though this is a public-private arrangement? Will that take place in the future, particularly given that the Secretary of State just last week transferred to 2 of the development corporations set up within the Tees Valley money from the local authorities without consultation to them?
I would like to assure the House that all procedures are being followed, and where necessary, the procedures are being tightened as a result of this review. And therefore, where the recommendations need changes to be made, they will be being made. And indeed, there are 2 of the recommendations that were made that actually affect DLUC for one, and more broadly, the departments in central government for the second. We are dealing with those right now, including new systems for governance.
My Lords, this project relates to the, the government's wider levelling up agenda. And we heard last week that only 10% of the government's levelling up funds have actually been spent. What assessment does the Minister make of this?
I'd like to thank you for that question, and I already have an outstanding question from one of your colleagues on your benches from the debate last week. I am trying to find the exact numbers for how much is in progress, given the fact there is a lag between the money being spent and the money being allocated. And so I am chasing that, and I will come back to the House as soon as I have the number.
Returning to the Teesworks project, in writing to the Mayor, Lord Hoochin, the Secretary of State said improvement takes time, and where recommendations related to cultural change especially, it's important that sufficient time is given. But is it really right to leave a 6-month hiatus? Shouldn't the government be monitoring what's happening on a much more regular basis than that, given the level of expressions of concern from the independent inquiry into what's happening there at Teesworks?
Again, I can only give assurance that this is not going to be waiting for 6 months. There are a number of these actions that are required immediately, and therefore they are ongoing. We will be monitoring it both centrally and locally.
When many years ago, when I was a leader of a council, if I would have acted in this way, I would have faced a surcharge. What sanctions are open against the mayor for the activities to be involved in?
I need to be very clear that the review did not find any wrongdoing. There are some issues with regards to governance that need to be fixed. They are being fixed. With regards to whether or not this needed to have commissioners, for example, put in because there were wrongdoings, that is not the case in this instance. And therefore, there is time being given to the combined authority to actually get its house in order. And I'm sure, as I've been assured, that they are doing so right now.
Fourth oral question, Lord Brooke of Alverthorpe.
My Lord, I beg leave to answer the question, standing my name on the order paper.
My Lords, I'm aware of the recent remarks from a Southampton head teacher. We cannot comment on individual catering arrangements, as arrangements with particular suppliers are made at a local level. Governors and trustees are responsible for ensuring compliance with the school food standards, and we would encourage local authorities and schools to work with their caterers to address any quality issues when they arise, to ensure that children receive nutritious meals in school.
I'm grateful to the noble lady, the Minister, for the answer. I'm grateful too to Mr Ashley for raising this issue and for the Times and the BBC picking up on it last week. This is a topic of great concern to all of us. 1 in 3 children now leaving primary school are overweight and obese. And this in part links back to not only what they're eating at home, but in the area where the government has some influence and control, which is school meals. It's 2014 since the regulations were last reviewed. It is time that they were looked at again. Much has changed since then. Children are eating far too much sugar these days. We need to reduce it. We need to look after their health and stop abusing them in this way. Will the government act on that?
Well, the government believes that the school food standards are very clear in that schools must ensure that they provide children with healthy food and drink options, that they get sufficient energy and nutrition across the school day, and they clearly restrict foods that are high in fat, salt and sugar.
My Lords, isn't the problem that politician Jean Savrin coined the phrase, "you are what you eat"? So it's concerning that, according to research, ultra-processed food makes up 64% of the average UK school lunch. I'd like to ask the Noble Lord the Minister, what is the government's strategy to both teach and empower children to make the right food choices?
Cooking and nutrition are firmly within the national curriculum. In design and technology, they're compulsory between key stages 1 to 3, with aiming to teach children how to cook and the principles of healthy eating and nutrition, but that's also picked up in the science curriculum, and indeed through the Oak National Academy we funded a module on cooking and nutrition, which will equip children to leave school being able to cook at least 6 predominantly savoury recipes that will support a healthy diet.
My Lords, isn't the problem that the tendering process for school meals is based on cost, not quality? But of course there's another side to school meals, and that is the famous packed lunches. And experience of teachers and head teachers about packed lunches is they're mainly filled with bags of crisps, chocolate biscuits, fruit drinks, etc. Well, not necessarily fruit drinks, but canned drinks. Has the Minister any idea about how we can ensure that packed lunches as well become a healthy, nutritional meal?
Well, I think that the Noble Lord touches on issues relating to how parents bring up their children, which is obviously delicate territory for government to pronounce too firmly on. Our messaging around the risks of obesity, on healthy lifestyles more broadly, obviously are picked up by parents, and work of our family hubs also looks at things like nutrition. But just relating to the first part of the Noble Lord's remarks, the department centrally does offer a service called Get Help Buying for Schools, which supports schools to negotiate good and high quality and affordable catering arrangements.
Could I gently suggest to my noble friend that the committee that is sitting in this House at the moment, of which I'm very pleased to be a member, looking at ultra-processed foods and obesity, in its evidence sessions, which are in the public domain already, the question of the diets of children, both in school meals, packed lunches, and the food that they eat at home, is something that should worry everyone in this House. And could I say to her, given what she has replied to the House today, could her civil servants please follow the evidence that is being taken by the House?
I just want to clarify, I didn't want in any way to diminish the importance of addressing ultra-processed foods, but the school food standards already restrict foods that are described as low-quality, reformed or reconstituted foods, which I think include ultra-processed foods.
My Lords, My Lords, may I declare an interest as somebody who's eaten more school meals than I care to mention, most of them very, very good, and somebody who actually does rather unwillingly teach food at school at the moment. And I can say that we do a lot about nutrition. But the research from the University of Northumbria has found that a quarter pint of milk a day has an enormous beneficial effect on children, both their confidence, their concentration, and against obesity. What plans, if the noble lady the Minister could tell me what plans the government has to increase the free school milk programme?
So we absolutely know that milk is excellent, as the Noble Lord says, for children's growth and development. And as part of the school food standards, lower fat milk or lactose reduced milk must be made available to children who want it for drinking at least once a day during school hours, and it must be provided free of charge to all pupils eligible for free school meals. And schools can offer milk as many times as they wish, but it has to be free to infants and benefit-based free school meal pupils when offered as part of a school meal.
Lords, could the noble lady, the Minister, have urgent discussions with the food industry? And like my noble friend, Lord Brooke, and like Baroness Browning, we are members of the Specialist Committee here in your Lordship's House on food, diet and obesity. There are many concerning issues there, but one of them is the influence of the food industry. So could the noble lady, the Minister, have urgent discussions with the food industry in order that they fully understand the impact of high processed foods and the need for urgent reformulation to reduce salt and sugar in those foods and to improve the health and well-being of all our young people?
Well, I'm more than happy to take back to the Department and ministers who are directly responsible for this area to talk to the food industry. But the noble lady will be aware that there has been some success both in terms of reducing sugar in breakfast cereals and yogurts and fromage frais, as well as in soft drinks, but I share the noble lady's concerns.
My lords, can my noble friend tell us what effect exercise has on the health of school children?
Well, I think that exercise, as my noble friend hints, has a very positive impact, both on physical health but also crucially on mental health.
My Lords, anyone who saw the pictures in the newspaper article to which the question refers would be fairly appalled at the quality of the food being offered to the children. And the head teacher concerned asked how hard it was to bake a potato. Is the real problem that children don't learn how to cook anymore and therefore don't see jobs in institutional catering as a viable career? What action is the DFE taking to ensure that the skills state that school food should be nutritious, look good and taste delicious?
Well, I'm not sure whether I have to declare my interests as the mother of a chef, but anyway, so I think careers in hospitality are great, but I may be slightly biased. I mean, I already responded in terms of where food and healthy eating fits within the curriculum. I think we do take this very seriously. I think the specific case that was alluded to in the media related to a PFI contract, and obviously that gives greater constraints on the ability for a school to negotiate or potentially even change suppliers.
Lords, would the Minister
food for schools is locally sourced, sustainably grown produce from identifiable farms that have an educational relationship with the school through which they teach children how and where their food is made? And if so, will she encourage local procurement of school food?
Well, I'm more than happy to encourage that, but just to take it one stage further, I would also encourage those schools that have space, and I visit some of them, who have their own allotments and are growing some of their food and keeping chickens, for example, eating their own eggs for breakfast, I think is also a great approach.
My Lords, that concludes oral questions for today.
My Lords, we now come to some instruments previously debated in Grand Committee. Tertiary Education and Research Wales Act 2022, Consequential Amendments Order 2024. Lord Harlech.
My Lords, I beg to move the motion standing in my name on the order paper.
The question is that this motion be agreed to, as many of that opinion will say content. Contrary, not content. The contents have it. Single Source Contract Amendment Regulations 2024, the Earl of Minto.
My Lords, I beg to move that this House approves the Single Source Contract Amendment Regulations 2024.
The question is that this motion be agreed to, as many of that opinion will say content. Contrary, not content. The contents have it. Strikes Minimum Service Levels Fire and Rescue Services England Regulations 2024, Lord Sharp of Epsom.
My Lords, I beg to move the motion standing in my name on the order paper.
The question is that this motion be agreed to, as many of that opinion will say content. Contrary, not content. The contents have it. Russia Sanctions EU Exit Amendment Regulations 2024, Lord Ahmed of Wimbledon.
My Lords, I beg to move the motion standing in my name on the order paper.
The question is that this motion be agreed to, as many of that opinion will say content. Contrary, not content. The contents have it. Consideration of Commons reasons on the safety of Rwanda, Asylum and Immigration Bill, Lord Sharp of Epsom.
My Lords, I beg to move that the Commons reasons be now considered.
The question is that the Commons reasons be now considered, as many of that opinion will say content. Contrary, not content. The contents have it. Motion A, Lord Sharp of Epsom.
My Lords, I beg to move motion A, that this House do not insist on its Amendment 1, to which the Commons have disagreed for their reason 1A. I will also speak to motions A1, C, D and D1. My Lords, motion A relates to Lord's Amendment 1B, which adds to the Bill's purpose, seeking to ensure that the eventual Act maintains full compliance with domestic and international law. As I've set out, as my noble friend has set out, throughout the passage of the Bill, as the Minister of State for Countering Illegal Migration made clear in the other place, and I quote, "The government takes its responsibilities and international obligations incredibly seriously, and there is nothing in the Bill that requires any act or omission that conflicts with our international obligations." My Lords, we are facing a global crisis of illegal migration, and it requires us to seek new, bold, innovative solutions to tackle the increasing numbers of people crossing our borders illegally through such dangerous means. Although we are making progress, and small boat arrivals were down by a third in 2023, we still need to do more. And that is why we are increasing our partnership work and signing new deals with our European neighbours. We have a plan, of which this bill forms part. Though some of the provisions in the bill are novel, the bill strikes the appropriate balance of limiting unnecessary challenges that frustrate removal, whilst maintaining the principle of access to the courts, where an individual may be at real risk of serious and irreversible harm. As I will make reference to later, Clause 4 of this bill preserves the ability of individuals to challenge removal due to their particular individual circumstances, if there is compelling evidence that Rwanda is not a safe country for them. Taken as a whole, the limited availability of domestic remedy is necessary, and the powers of our courts to hold the government to account. Furthermore, the Migration Economic Development Partnership with the Government of Rwanda is one part of our wider programme of work to stop the boats. This partnership will act as a strong deterrent while also demonstrating that taking these perilous and unnecessary journeys to find safety, as promoted by smugglers, is simply not necessary. This bill, and the partnership with the government of Rwanda, is predicated on both Rwanda and the United Kingdom's compliance with international law in the form of the internationally binding treaty, which itself reflects the international legal obligations of the United Kingdom and Rwanda. Turning to motion C, which relates to amendments 4 and 5, my Lords, these amendments do significant damage to the core provisions and purpose provided for in the bill. They seek to provide a statutory mechanism to qualify the bill's deeming provision and so enable decision makers, including courts and tribunals, to decide that Rwanda is not a safe country if presented with credible evidence to that effect. The amendments remove the prohibitions on courts and tribunals reviewing decisions on the grounds that Rwanda is generally unsafe, as well as on the grounds of risk of refoulement or other non-compliance with the terms of the treaty. My Lords, it is the treaty and the published evidence pack that together demonstrate that Rwanda is safe for relocated individuals and that the government's approach is tough but fair and lawful. The government is clear that we assess Rwanda to be a safe country, and we have published detailed evidence that substantiates that assessment. This is a central feature of the bill, and many of its other provisions are designed to ensure that Parliament's conclusion on the safety of Rwanda is accepted by the domestic courts. As my noble friend Lord Howard of Lympney set out at report stage, all the government are doing in this bill is to reassert their responsibility, as traditionally understood by the principle of the separation of powers, for executive decision-making. There is a reason why it is the government and not the courts who have that responsibility, because it is the government and not the courts who are accountable. The courts are accountable to no one. They pride themselves on that. But accountability is at the heart of democracy. That is why the government are fully entitled to bring forward the bill, and why much of the criticism directed at them for doing so is, for the reasons I've given, fundamentally misconceived. May I also remind this House that this is not the first time legislation has been used to determine a country as a safe country. I refer again, noble lords, to the point made by my noble friend Lord Lilly when we last debated this matter. In 2004, the Labour government of Mr Blair introduced legislation which created an irrebuttable presumption that a number of listed countries were safe. It was subsequently tested in the courts and upheld. Furthermore, my lords, the courts have not concluded that there is a general risk to the safety of relocated individuals in Rwanda. Rather, the Supreme Court's findings were limited to perceived deficiencies in the Rwandan asylum system as it was, and the resulting risk of refoulement should any lack of capacity or expertise lead to cases being wrongly decided. As we have set out repeatedly, the treaty responds to those key findings. We cannot allow people to make such dangerous crossings, and we must do what we can to prevent any more lives from being lost at sea. My lords, neither can we allow our asylum and legal systems to be overwhelmed, our public services to be stretched, or the British taxpayer to continue to fund millions of pounds spent every day on hotel costs. For the reasons I've set out for not accepting Amendments 4 and 5, my lords, the government can also not accept motion D, which relates to Amendment 6B. Lord's Amendment 6B would omit Clause 4 and replace it with a clause which seeks to restore the ability of decision makers to consider whether the Republic of Rwanda is a safe country and jurisdiction of domestic courts and tribunals to grant interim relief. This is an amendment which would strike out a key provision of this bill and is simply not necessary. The court recognised that changes may be delivered in future which would address the issues they raised. These are those changes. We believe these address the Supreme Court's concerns and will now aim to move forward with the policy and help put an end to illegal migration. Throughout all our debates on this matter, my noble friend Lord Sharp of Epsom and I have made it clear that we cannot continue to allow relocations to Rwanda to be frustrated and delayed as a result of systemic challenges mounted on its general safety. In this context, the safety of a particular country is a matter for Parliament, and one where Parliament's view should be sovereign. This bill reflects that Parliament is sovereign and can change domestic law as it sees fit, including, if that is Parliament's judgment, requiring a state of affairs or facts to be recognised. That said, my Lord, there are suitable safeguards within this bill that does allow decision makers and the courts to consider claims that Rwanda is unsafe for an individual person due to their particular circumstances, if there is compelling evidence to that effect, and to grant interim relief where removal would result in a real, imminent and foreseeable risk of serious and irreversible harm for the individual before their appeal was determined. The threshold for serious and irreversible harm is high, and the harm in question must be both imminent and permanent. This reflects the test applied by the European Court of Human Rights when granting interim measures, and ensures that an appropriately limited possibility of interim relief consistent with what is required by the ECHR. Furthermore, my Lords, the Government will ratify the treaty only once we agree with Rwanda that all necessary implementation is in place for both countries to comply with the obligations under the treaty. We have assurances from the Government of Rwanda that the implementation of all measures in the treaty will be beg your Lordship's pardon, will be expedited, and we continue to work with the Rwandans on this. The legislation ratifying the treaty has passed both chambers and is awaiting presidential sign-off, and the legislation implementing the new asylum system will be introduced to the Rwandan Parliament soon and will be passed at pace. The bill will, however, preclude almost all grounds for individual challenge that could be used to suspend or frustrate removal where no such risk exists. This means that illegal migrants will not be able to make an asylum claim in the United Kingdom, argue that they face a risk of refoulement on Rwanda, or make any other ill-founded human rights claims to frustrate removal. The bill strikes the appropriate balance of limiting unnecessary challenges that frustrate removal, whilst maintaining the principle of access to the courts where an individual may be at a real risk of serious and irreversible harm. On this basis, and in view of the votes in the other place to disagree with Lord's Amendments 1, 4, 5 and 6 by strong majorities in each case, I hope that the noble Lord would now feel able to support motion A. I beg to move.
The question is that motion A be agreed to. Motion A1, Lord Coker.
My Lords, can I thank the Minister for his introduction to this debate here in your Lordship's House. He mentioned that the amendments have been returned from the other place. I would say to the noble Minister that it's of some surprise to all of us. It's come back without a single word changed, not a single comma moved, not a single full stop inserted. And that the government lectures us about constitutional convention. And we've said all along, and I repeat here, that it's not our intention to block the bill, but it's also part of constitutional convention that the other place reflects on what your lordships have said and just doesn't carte blanche reject them, which is what has happened now. Who's not respecting constitutional convention now? And can I say, whatever anyone's view, I do not believe any of your lordships in this House, wherever they come from with respect to this debate, can be accused of the following, as was mentioned by a Conservative MP on Monday, where he said their lordships clearly do not care about the people dying while trying to cross the channel. That is just not the case for any single member of this chamber. That is not, I believe, the view of any single member of the other place, or indeed anybody who comments on it in the media. There are real differences between us about how we stop the boats, and that is the debate and discussion that we are having, not about whether one party or the other, or one side or the other, wishes to stop the boats. It's about which is the most appropriate way to do that. And that would have been bad enough. But we see yet again from the Prime Minister, official spokesman yesterday and repeated in the papers this morning, saying your lordships are lacking in compassion. What sort of statement is that? And can I just say to the noble lord, does he agree with the two comments that I've just read out? Because I don't agree with them at all, for anybody in this chamber, wherever they come from with respect to this debate. So I start with that point. I'd be very interested in what the noble lord has to say, because I think it's not a difference in compassion, it's a difference in the way that we achieve the common objectives that we all have for our own country. And my lords, we are also accused of trying to block the bill, of trying to delay the bill. Let me just deal with this, because this is a very real issue as well. Can I just ask the noble lord, how on earth is it this chamber which is delaying and blocking the bill, when it was the case that next Monday, the 25th of March, that other place was supposed to be discussing anything that we were to pass, if we indeed do pass anything today. It was on the 25th that was supposed to be being discussed in the other place. And I know for a fact that also in this chamber was being prepared all across this house for the 26th of March, next Tuesday, for us to deal with anything that had been discussed by the other place on the 25th. Those two dates have gone, disappeared. Noble lords on the other side have had to have emails saying their apologies that they were asked to come on the 26th. It's no longer the case. What's going on? Chaos, shambles, no idea. So all I say again to the noble lord, did the noble lord have any input into that decision? Did he know it was going to actually change? Did Lord Sharp know? Did it just happen again, as happened on numerous occasions? It often seems the front bench in this chamber find out on the Today programme or Times Radio what's happening. I mean, it'd be interesting to know whether they did know anything about it, because the back bench of their own party certainly were all lined up to be here on the 26th. The serious point I'm making is the question the government needs to answer. If it's accusing this chamber of delaying the bill, why is it not back in the other place on Monday the 25th and back here on Tuesday the 26th, where it could be dealt with again? Where is the answer to that? And we're now told it's coming back after Easter. That's not our fault it's coming back after Easter. It's the government's own management of its own timetable. And I say again, it needs to sort it out and try and understand what's going on. We read it's now 300 migrants for £500 million and counting. We're now apparently having a staged approach, whatever that means. There's another question. Did the noble Lord Stewart know about that, a staged approach that we're now doing? Did the noble lord, was it his suggestion that we pay people £3,000 to go if they volunteered? It'd be interesting to know where that came from. So all of these things. So, my lords, I beg to move my own amendment A1, which, as I say, is an amendment to motion A. At the end, insert and do propose amendments, one being lieu, which the words printed as printed on the marshalled list. And why have I done that? Well, let me start with domestic law. And the noble lords will recognise that because I respect the constitutional conventions of this place, no longer is my amendment requiring compliance with domestic and international law. It's now asking for the government to have due regard to domestic and international law. I would have thought that was a matter of given, but of course it's not, because we read on the front of the bill that the government can't say that the provisions of the Safety of Rwanda and Asylum and Immigration Bill are compatible with convention rights. But the government nevertheless wishes the House to proceed with it. I think this is a really important amendment. I know my noble friend Baroness Chakrabarti will deal in her amendment D1 with other aspects for it. I'll leave her to deal with that. But the rule of law goes to the heart of this, whether it's in Lord Hope's later amendments or in the amendment I've put forward or Baroness Chakrabarti's. The rule of law goes to the heart of this bill. I've referred to domestic legislation. Let me just very briefly, and in order to test the opinion of the House with some of this, I'll be brief. In international law, and I just say this to all noble lords, if you read this bill, as Viscount Helsham has pointed out on numerous occasions, it says the validity of an act is unaffected by international law. And then people say, well, why is your amendment relevant? Because the bill says international law won't apply. And then it lists all of the conventions that don't apply. It lists them. and says this doesn't apply, this doesn't apply, this Council of Europe Convention, this United Nations Convention against torture, all of that doesn't apply. And then I'm told it's irrelevant amendments. When it's the bill itself, perhaps Lord Stewart can explain, if my amendment is irrelevant, why is all of that included within the bill, say international law this act is unaffected by international law? I mean, it just beggars belief. And the really important point is, what does the government say about what President Putin is doing in Ukraine? What's the word it puts before it? Illegal. Illegal invasion. Because it's illegal under international law. Why are we taking action against the Houthis in the Red Sea? Because it's illegal. We support all of that. But it's illegal under international law. Why are we upset with what China says with respect to Hong Kong or with respect to Taiwan? Because we believe it breaks international law. Where is our reputation as a country with respect to our global reputation on the pursuit and maintenance of international law if within a fundamental bill of our country we say that it will be unaffected by international law, whatever that international law says? That can't be right. That surely undermines where we stand as a country, where our reputation is. And the proof of it was the Prime Minister of Pakistan citing Rwanda, the Rwanda Treaty, as defence or in defence of his country's decision to expel hundreds of Afghans who had fled from the Taliban. And so this is where this takes us. That is why it's so important. That is why this statement of principle should underpin every single piece of legislation that we have. And I would have thought most members, if not all members, of your Lordship's House would have believed, yes, as the government will say, it's completely unnecessary. But why on earth have we put this forward? We've put it forward because explicitly within the bill that your Lordships are discussing now, it disapplies aspects of domestic law and disapplies aspects of international law. That cannot be right, and as such I beg to move my amendment.
The original question was that motion A be agreed to, since when a motion A1 has been moved as an amendment to motion A, at end insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question, therefore, is that motion A1 be agreed to.
My Lords, in overturning our Amendment 6, which reinstated domestic courts' jurisdiction, the Minister in the other place called it unnecessary and wrecking. Well, it can't logically be both. Still, my Lords, to assuage any genuine rather than confected concerns about delays in removal to a future hypothetically safe Rwanda, we now add the stipulation that any interim relief be for no longer than strictly necessary for the fair and expeditious consideration of the case. This is a significant concession. D1 effectively prioritises these cases above other vital work of relevant courts and tribunals. My Lords, it's a genuine legislative olive branch to an executive that has snapped all others in two. But, my Lords, when they go low, let your Lordship's House go high. I shall be pressing motion D1 very soon, I hope.
My Lords, we have some very difficult questions to answer here this afternoon, and there are many members of this House who may not quite have made up their minds how to vote if the opinion of the House is sought. And in a few moments, and I shall be brief, I shall ask a few questions of the noble and learned Lord the Minister, which may help us to reach those decisions. But I do hope that I speak for everyone in this House in saying, although we may be viscerally concerned about the provisions in this bill, we are not here just to obstruct this bill. We are here to make this a better bill in the way in which this House is set up to do exactly that. I wanted to reflect for a moment on the noble Lord Coker's reference to the outrageous statement that was made by a member of another place about compassion.
If we look at this bill and the previous related bill together, what does this tell you about compassion, my lords? People who would, in some cases, have had a legitimate right to asylum, a legal right to asylum under UK and international law, have now been excluded from applying for asylum, even if they had been tortured in their home country because they came here in a small boat. Compassion? Is that really compassion? And the fact that they are forbidden to apply means that they are deprived of all connection with the United Kingdom jurisdiction, which has an immense tradition of judicially reviewing administrative action to ensure that those who are affected by bad decision-making can, in certain restricted circumstances, obtain redress. And before I decide how to vote in these divisions, I would like to hear the noble and learned Lord's answer. Secondly, he referred to the cost of hotels. Well, we know, as Lord Coker said a few minutes ago, and I think the right figure is £592 million to keep 300 people in Rwanda for 3 years. That's 1.8-something million pounds per head. I haven't looked on the Ritz Paris website for some time. I may have had a meal there once at somebody else's expense, but my recollection of looking at that website is that one could keep somebody in that hotel for 3 years and have some money back at the cost that this process is, so the National Audit Office says, going to cost the country. So is this a fair and compassionate system, and is it a cost-effective system? And that was the first of my questions. My second question is, the noble Lord the Minister referred to the appropriate legislation to give effect to the treaty already being, and I think I quote him accurately, before the Rwandan Parliament. Well, my understanding is that the government accepts that Rwanda is a democracy. So is the first reading of a bill in our parlance before the Rwandan government a guarantee of any kind that that legislation will be passed without amendment to give effect to the treaty? I don't see it that way. It certainly wouldn't be seen that way. It would be seen as an affront to both houses of Parliament if Rwanda were to make that assumption about us. And then my next question is, what if the government, our government, contrary to its instincts, statements, wishes and insistence, finds that Rwanda is, after all, not a safe country? If they find, as the Supreme Court found as a fact, that Rwanda is not a safe country, will the noble and learned Lord tell us what the government then would do? How would they set about that problem? What would be the involvement of the monitoring committee? Who would decide that Rwanda was not a safe country after all? Or would we simply have a complacency in which we just got on with the job of sending people at £1.827 million per head to Rwanda? And then there is the treaty itself. The noble and learned Lord has said that the government is completely satisfied that Rwanda is going to give effect to the terms of the treaty. They can't say that Rwanda has given effect to the terms of the treaty because they haven't. We all know that. Nobody will believe the minister, and I don't think he would claim that it was true anyway, that they have given effect to the terms of the treaty as yet. So can we be told by the minister when he expects Rwanda to give effect to all the terms of the treaty? And will he give us a guarantee, and this would be very important in terms of how we decide to vote in any division in this House, that the government will not send anybody to Rwanda until they are satisfied that all the terms of the treaty had been met. And I think my inclination, at the moment at least, unless I am reassured by the Minister, is that we're a very long way from being satisfied that Rwanda is a safe country. And there is, of course, a danger of us repeating ourselves, and we were treated yesterday to a short lesson and some new regulations on not repeating ourselves, particularly at the later stages of a bill. But it's impossible not to repeat oneself on this bill because basically it all goes back to the principles behind the bill. But we need reassurance from the noble and learned Lord that something is being done so that if it turns out that Rwanda really is not a safe country or has not complied with all the requirements of the treaty, then people will not be sent there.
My Lords, the phrase the elected house must prevail is a meme around this place, and certainly I've heard it from both government and opposition, again from the Noble Lord Coker this afternoon. And of course most of the time it's completely right that we bow to the will of the House of Commons. But is it always right? On the basis of the 25 years I've now spent here, I'd say the House has three roles. Two very obvious ones. One is amending bills, which are jolly good. The other is setting up select committees, on which I've served on quite a number, and I'd say we were jolly good at that too. But there is a third one that very rarely comes into place, and that is this House as a backstop. A backstop for challenging the Commons when it goes too far and flirts with breaking international law or usurping the role of the courts or behaving unconstitutionally in general. Now, does this bill, at least this bill without the amendments being put forward this afternoon, does it pass that threshold? Well, I'd say it comes perilously near. It's also a matter of timing here, which troubles me. This wasn't in the government's election manifesto, obviously. So it doesn't, the Salisbury Convention doesn't apply. Now, how can you argue that to legislate for this piece of policy now, forced through in the face of huge opposition in this House and elsewhere, how can you argue that that should give them a mandate to do this, when in 6 months' time they will face the people of Britain in an election which can decide what their manifesto should be? Yes, let them put the Rwanda Bill in their next manifesto. Yes, let them put that before the British people. And I believe that the British people, who are much more gentle and much more sympathetic to people in the situation of those who'd be exported, the British people will give the verdict. But I may be wrong. If they win the election, they can bring back the bill. It'll sail through without any opposition, because it will be a manifesto pledge. To do it now, when there is more than a suspicion that this is just a device by Number 10 in a desperate attempt to pull a lost election out of the fire, to do it now cannot possibly be justifiable. Now, if the amendments are defeated today, that's the end of the story, but I hope they won't be. I dare to hope that the Commons will think again. If not, it will be for each individual member of the House, guided, in our case by our whips, to decide whether to keep blocking the bill or not.
What a pleasure to follow the Noble Lord Lipsey, with whom I agree. I felt that the opening remarks by the Noble Lord Minister were so full of mistakes that I feel I should go through it tomorrow in Hansard with a red pen and pass it back to him, if that's all right, and he can just see exactly where I think he went wrong. Now, it was expected that the other place would take out all of our very important amendments. But at the same time, you have to say that was not a move of a democratically minded government. that was a move of a very authoritarian, tyrannical government. So this government is actually choosing tyranny over democracy in this instance. And of course, we now have the job of revising it again. And it does seem to me, as the Noble Lord Lipsey said, the British public is actually kinder and more concerned than this government. So this government doesn't represent the public anymore. It really is time they go.
Yeah.
My Lords. My Lords, I'm not a fan of this bill, but I do think that it's time to pass. And I want to respond to the Noble Lord Lipsey, who said, quoting, "The elected house must prevail." And he said, "Is that always right?" And the truth is, the elected house must prevail. And yes, that's always right. We are an unelected house.
Are you going to stand for it?
We are an unelected house, and we have a job to do, but at some point it has to be the elected house that decides in a democratic society. But I actually wanted to comment on the remarks made about compassion. I too was disapproved of the members of the other place who tried to suggest that anyone who was arguing against this bill lacked compassion. I think that it's a ridiculous accusation and does not hold. But I also want to make the point that the inference in reply is that anyone who at this point is trying to push the bill lacks compassion is equally as low politically. And it is irritating to have a situation where people start to try and compete with each other in the kindness stakes. This is a very big political issue, which is that this country has lost control of its border and the asylum system is not fit for purpose. This bill, not one I support, is trying to tackle that. No one is doing it because they are lacking in compassion. I also think that there is a fair amount of double standards here, because I have heard in relation to this bill that anyone who supports the bill must be verging on the far right, not just on the right, the far right, doesn't care about anybody crossing in the boats, is actually a racist. I've heard that said by people active in political life. So I would at least call for the remainder of the discussion that we have, that we take each other seriously enough to not just dole out the insults, but to actually say that if we are genuinely committed to tackling the problem of border control, this is the bill that's on the table now. It's been accepted by the House of Commons a second time, and we have to, even if we disagree with it, go along with it. As to the people who've argued this wasn't in the manifesto, the suggestion that there is no public concern about the control of the borders has no finger on the pulse of any public. But it is true there will be elections shortly. And it would seem to me that those people who vote very strongly, this is the worst piece of legislation ever passed, will stand on that in their manifesto and will commit here and now to overturning this bill once it goes through. And then we will see where the votes lie, and then we'll see if the opposition, if it were to become the government, actually stick with that and tear up the bill. Fair dues if they do.
My Lords, I rise to answer one question posed by the Noble Lord Carlisle. He asked your Lordships to ponder the position of the Rwandan Parliament and that we must not second-guess what they may do. But what he forgot to mention was the fact that Rwanda is a monist system. So a treaty entered into by the government of Rwanda is capable of being relied upon in their domestic courts. As I previously informed the House, the Chamber of Deputies of Rwanda has ratified the treaty, and we now learn from my noble and learned friend the Minister that the Senate of Rwanda has also ratified the treaty. The only matter that remains is for the President to agree the ratification, and when that happens, the safeguards in the treaty will apply.
Grateful to the noble lord for giving way, but doesn't his reference to the monist system and the guaranteed growth that it goes through the courts mean that there is no separation of powers between the political element and the judicial element of Rwanda?
No, that's simply not the case at all. What the Noble Lord appears to suggest is that there's a confusion in the Rwandan constitution. I don't see that at all. The point is they have agreed that treaties will have a kind of direct effect in domestic courts, and once ratified, that is indeed the case. So the concern that he sought to encourage Noble Lords to support the motion before you today is simply, I would suggest, not on a secure foundation.
Lords, I will speak only once in this debate and very briefly as usual. And I should just mention my interest as President of Migration Watch. We've been pressing the government for 3 years to get a hold of asylum, but regrettably the situation has deteriorated very greatly. My Lords, there's something missing from the discussion of this subject, and it's the public. I mean, plenty of very interesting and capable legal arguments, and I don't touch on any of that. But we must not forget that very substantial numbers in this country are concerned about what is happening now on our borders. And the government needs to get a grip. And if they don't succeed, the next government will have to tackle it. So let's not be too legalistic. Let's see if we can find a way through.
My Lords, I'm grateful to all Noble Lords for their contributions to this debate, as I am for their contributions throughout the progress of this bill through your Lordship's House. But, my Lords, these amendments do significant damage to the core purpose of the bill. In relation to political language, I hear what the Noble Lord, Lord Coker, has said from the front bench, but on this subject, I wish to do no more than echo the wise and temperate words of the Noble Lady Baroness Fox of Buckley, in her observations that, and this comes from someone who, as she says, is not a supporter of the bill, about the manner in which arguments should be conducted and the manner in which this House should treat the views of the other place. Not a tyrannical assembly, my Lords, in contrary to the view expressed by the Noble Lady Baroness Jones of Molescombe, but elected members representing their constituents. My Lords, in relation to section 19(1)(b) of the Human Rights Act, which the Noble Lord Lord Coker addressed from the front bench, the matter is touched on in the response to the Constitution Committee, which the government has issued. But the use of a section 19(1)(b) statement does not mean that the bill is incompatible with the European Convention on Human Rights. There's nothing improper or unprecedented in pursuing bills with a section 19(1)(b) statement. It doesn't mean that the bill is unlawful or that the government will necessarily lose any legal challenges on human rights grounds. Parliament intended section 19(1)(b) to be used as it is included in the Human Rights Act 1998. All such a statement means is that the Home Secretary is not able to state now that the bill's provisions are more likely than not compatible with convention rights. A range of bills has also had section 19(1)(b) statements in the past, and I think as we've discussed at an earlier stage, that includes the bill, the 2003 Communications Bill passed under the last Labour government. The Noble Lady Baroness Chakrabarty tenders an olive branch, as she puts it, and I think the Noble Lady Baroness Jones of Molescombe came back on that. But, my Lords, the other place saw these provisions, olive branch though they may be, and I do not for a second seek to challenge the Noble Lady's assertion that she is attempting to improve the bill. But what the other place recognised, my Lords, is that these provisions are integral to the functioning of the bill. Therein lies the deterrent effect on which the government intends that legal crossings of the Channel should come down and be deterred altogether. The Noble Lord Lord Carlisle of Berriew, my Lords, in his desire to be jocular at the expense of the government and of the bill, overlooks that deterrent effect of the bill. He cites the figures which will be expended in the Rwanda system, but of course the objective which His Majesty's government has with this bill is to deter crossings. His Majesty's Government would be entirely delighted if no one were ever to be sent to Rwanda, my Lords, because the deterrent effect was effective. My Lords, we've spoken at length about the assurances given between His Majesty's Government and the Government of Rwanda, and I don't intend to go any further on that. The Noble Lord also, I think, rather went too far when he said that the Supreme Court had determined that Rwanda was unsafe. My Lords, no such finding was made. The finding bore on the risk of refoulement, a matter addressed in the treaty and debated at length with your Lordships. Wherein, asked the Noble Lord, lie the safeguards once the bill is in place? Well, my Lords, of course, the answer to that is in the monitoring committee made up of independent persons, the extensive presence of UK civil servants assisting with it. My Lords, in relation to that, the monitoring committee's terms of reference will include monitoring compliance with assurances given in the treaty and associated notes verbal, reporting to the joint committee on its findings, for example, His Majesty's Government and the Government of Rwanda's implementation of the obligations of the treaty, reception conditions, accommodation, processing of asylum claims, treatment and support of relocated individuals at all times while they remain in Rwanda. It may publish its reports following notification to the Joint Committee. It is expected to report any significant issues to the Joint Committee straight away. It may provide advice or recommendations to the Joint Committee on actions which should be taken to address identified issues. It will monitor complaints handling by His Majesty's Government and that of Rwanda, and it will develop its own complaint system to allow relocated individuals and their legal advisers to make confidential complaints regarding any alleged failure to comply with the obligations of the treaty, including as to treatment of relocated individuals or any element of the processing of their asylum claim in accordance with the treaty. Therein, my Lords, lie the protections. The Noble Lord, Lord Lipsey, spoke about the duties of this place in relation to the other place and urged the House to consider, I think, taking steps such as will prevent these measures from coming in, and urged a future Conservative government, the one which will take its place after the next election, I venture to suggest, to bring them forward as part of its manifesto. Well, my Lords, I hear what the Noble Lord says, and I note his commitment, and a genuine commitment, if I may say, to the constitutional proprieties and the workings of this place. But, my Lords, this government does not intend to stand idly by. We must address the problem of fatalities in the Channel now. My Lords, along with other countries with similar constitutional arrangements to the United Kingdom, we have in this country a dualist approach where international law is treated as separate to domestic law, and international law is incorporated into domestic law by Parliament through legislation. The purpose of this bill is to invite Parliament to agree with its assessment that the Supreme Court's concerns have been properly addressed, and to address the measures in the bill accordingly. In relation to the nature of our monist system, where the manner in which the United Kingdom approaches these things is not shared, and where international treaties are incorporated directly into domestic law, I happily adopt the observations by my noble friend Lord Murray of Blidworth in his response intervening to the Noble Lord Lord Carlisle of Berryew's submissions. And my Lords, the Noble Lord Lord Green of Deddington spoke usefully about the public's perception of this matter. My Lord, the bill prevents domestic courts and tribunals from granting interim remedies on matters relating to the general safety of Rwanda. It makes it clear that there is very limited scope for individuals to challenge their removal to Rwanda. The bill will only enable us to create a deterrent if people can be returned swiftly to their home country or removed to a safe third country. To permit that to happen, we must end the cycle of late, repeated and spurious legal challenges. We must make it clear that on the basis of the published evidence pack and the internationally binding treaty, Rwanda is a safe country, which will offer the necessary protection and support to those who are relocated there. My Lords, these amendments simply perpetuate that cycle of legal challenge and render the bill worthless. Ours is a strong track record, my lords, of rights, liberties and protection of human rights internationally, and this government is committed to enhancing that record. Though some of the provisions of the bill are novel, the government is satisfied that the bill can be implemented in line with the Convention rights. Noble Lords will know and have heard in the course of our debates on this bill that Australia has taken a similar approach with Nauru, and we now know that other countries are exploring similar models, for example Italy, which has announced a partnership with Albania. My Lords, Noble Lords from various sides of your Lordship's House have spoken about ultimately the need to address these matters on an international basis, on a global basis. And my Lord, the government shares that aspiration, but steps must be taken now. As I said in response to the Noble Lord, Lord Lipsey, we must address urgently the matter of fatalities in the Channel through people attempting to cross illegally. This bill will do that, my Lords.
My Lords, can I thank everyone who's contributed in this group of amendments? Just one particular thing. This is not an argument between those who want to stop the boats and those who don't. It is an argument about how you do it. And the government needs to listen to what's being said rather than just set up these artificial targets. We, of course, want to deal with the boats as much as the government does. But what my amendment seeks to do, which I will test the opinion of the House with respect to motion A1, is to do it in a way which is consistent with the traditions of our country and is consistent with the laws both domestically and internationally. And I beg to move my motion A1.
The question is that motion A1 be agreed to. As many of that will say content.
Content.
The contrary, not content?
Not content.
The question will be decided by division. I will advise the House when voting is open. Voting is now open. Clear the bar. The question is that motion A1 be agreed to. As many of that will say content. As many of that will say content. Contrary, not content.
Not content.
The contents will go to the right by the throne, the not contents to the left by the bar. question is that motion A1 be agreed to. My Lords, there have voted contents 271, not contents 228. So the contents have it.
50.
My Lords, before I call motion B, it may assist the House if I say that Lord Hope of Craighead's Amendment 3B would be in lieu of Lord's Amendment 2, and his Amendment 3C would be in lieu of Lord's Amendment 3. Motion B, Lord Sharp of Epsom.
Motion B, that this House do not insist on its amendments 2 and 3, to which the Commons have disagreed, for their reason 3A. My Lords, we've set out in earlier debates and re-emphasised by members in the other place earlier this week the fundamental purpose of the bill, which is to firmly place with Parliament, rather than with decision makers in individual cases or with courts reviewing those cases, the decision on whether Rwanda is a safe country to relocate people to. It asserts parliamentary sovereignty on an issue that this government is committed to tackling, which is, of course, stopping the boats. My Lords, motion B, the noble and learned Lord Hope's amendments 3B and 3C, relate to the status of Rwanda as a safe country. Amendment 3B seeks to make Rwanda's status as a safe country conditional on the treaty arrangements being fully implemented and continuing to be fully implemented. My Lords, the UK Government and the Government of Rwanda have agreed and begun to implement assurances and commitments to strengthen Rwanda's asylum system. In advance of agreeing the treaty, we worked with the Government of Rwanda to respond to the findings of the courts by evidencing Rwanda's existing asylum procedures and practice in standard operating procedures relating to and reflecting the current refugee status, determination and appeals process. My Lords, the Government will only ratify the treaty in the UK once we agree with Rwanda that all necessary implementation is in place for both countries to comply with the obligations under the treaty. The legislation required for Rwanda to ratify the treaty has now passed through both chambers of the Rwandan Parliament, as my noble and learned friend mentioned earlier, and it is currently awaiting presidential sign-off. The legislation implementing the new asylum system will be introduced to the Rwandan Parliament soon. We have, of course, worked closely with the Government of Rwanda to ensure there are safeguards in place to be able to continue to assert that Rwanda is safe. The implementation of provisions within the treaty will be kept under review by the Independent Monitoring Committee, who will ensure that the obligations under the treaty are complied with in practice. The Monitoring Committee will report to the Joint Committee, which is made up of both UK and Rwandan officials. As per Article 15(4)(c) of the treaty, the Monitoring Committee will make any recommendations to the Joint Committee which it sees fit to do. My Lords, as set out previously, the Monitoring Committee will undertake daily monitoring of the partnership for at least the first 3 months to ensure rapid identification of and response to any shortcomings. This enhanced phase will ensure that comprehensive monitoring and reporting takes place in real time. During the period of enhanced monitoring, the Monitoring Committee will report to the Joint Committee in accordance with an agreed action plan to include weekly and bi-weekly reporting as required. Due to the structure of the Monitoring Committee, the Government cannot support Amendment 3C, which requires the Secretary of State to obtain and lay before Parliament a statement from the Monitoring Committee that the measures in Article 2 of the treaty have been secured. The measures within Article 2 include 1. Creating a mechanism for the relocation of individuals to Rwanda, 2. Providing a mechanism for an individual's claim for protection to be determined in Rwanda or for alternative settlement in Rwanda, and 3. Providing those relocated to Rwanda with adequate tools to successfully integrate into Rwandan society. This amendment would create an imbalance in the independence and impartiality of the Monitoring Committee, whereby the UK Secretary of State would be required to consult with the committee directly. It is the Joint Committee, comprised of both Rwandan and UK officials, that the Monitoring Committee reports to under the original MOU and under the terms of the treaty. My Lords, may I also take this opportunity to remind the House of Rwanda's track record in providing sanctuary to many refugees and how it has been internationally recognised for its general safety and stability, strong governance, low corruption and gender equality. In doing so, I refer to the words of my noble friend Lord Hodgson of Astley Abbots, who in my opinion quite rightly and I quote, disagreed with the continued assertion underlying this group of amendments that somehow Rwanda, as a country, is untrustworthy unless every single T is crossed and every I is dotted. My noble friend referred this House to paragraphs 54 and 57 of the government's report on Rwanda dated the 12th of December 2023. The Ibrahim Index of African Governance, which is an independent organisation, rates Rwanda 12th out of 54 African countries. The World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Report makes Rwanda 12th, and the UK, by the way, is 19th. The World Bank scored Rwanda at 16 out of a maximum score of 18 on the quality of its judicial processes. And lastly, the World Justice Project Index on the rule of law ranked Rwanda first out of 34 sub-Saharan African countries. My Lords, to conclude, Article 9.1 of this bill is clear. The bill's provisions come into force on the day when the treaty enters into force. The treaty enters into force when the parties have completed their internal procedures. So I'm grateful to the noble Lord for the amendment in lieu. However, they continue to confuse the process for implementing the treaty with what is required for the bill's provisions to come into force. So I beg to move.
The question... I need to put the question...
Order.
The question is that motion B be agreed to. Motion B1, Lord Hope of Craighead.
I beg to move motion B1 as an amendment to motion B, that at the end there be inserted and do propose amendment 3B in lieu, with the words printed in the marshalled list. And with the leave of the House, I will also speak to my motion B2 and to amendment 3C in lieu. My Lords, I ask for these amendments in lieu to be put down because I believe that Lords' Amendments 2 and 3, to which I propose these amendments 3B and 3C in lieu, raise important issues to which further thought needs to be given by the other place. So I should make it plain that it is my intention, if I do not receive a satisfactory reply, to test the opinion of the House on both of these amendments. My Lords, Clause 1.2 of the Bill states that the Act gives effect to the judgment of Parliament that the Republic of Rwanda is a safe country. That proposition lies at the very heart of this bill. Everything depends upon it. So careful thought has to be given to the use of the word is in that statement. What does it mean? What are its consequences? And what does it lead to? My Lords, I've been teased by some members of these benches behind me for picking on one of the shortest words in this entire bill. But there is a really important point here. I'm doing what lawyers tend to do, and that is look at words and ask what they really mean. And that's why I suggest that we have to get that word right. Yeah. Now, my Lords, the Act will come into force on the day in which the Rwanda Treaty enters into force. And that's what the bill itself says. This means that your Lordships are being asked to say that as from that very moment, and without more, Rwanda is a safe country. Now, I do not believe that your Lordships are being told enough to enable that judgment to be made. Moreover, as the bill stands, the assumption seems to be that Rwanda will continue to be safe forever after, come what may. That is because the decision makers referred to in Clause 2 are required conclusively to make the assumption that Rwanda is a safe country without any qualification whatever as to what may happen in the future. No provision is made anywhere in this bill for what should be done if the facts were to change and everyone can see as clearly as daylight that Rwanda is no longer safe. Now, my Lord, I wish to make it plain, particularly in view of a point that the Lord the Minister said a moment or two ago, that I do not for a moment question the good faith of the government of Rwanda when it entered into the agreement, or indeed when it's seeking to give effect to what the treaty says. I don't for a moment question its determination to fulfil the obligations which it is undertaking. That is not what my amendments are about. My first point is that before Rwanda can be judged to be a safe country, these obligations must be put into practice. Ratifying the treaty is an important step, but that is not enough. It needs to be implemented before Rwanda can be considered to be safe. And my second point is that there must be some way of dealing with the situation if, for whatever reason, the facts do change. Now, Lords, I do not want to take up time going over the ground in support of my first point. We discussed it very fully in committee and on report, and we had the benefit of the report by the International Agreements Committee under the chairmanship of the noble learned Lord Goldsmith, which was approved by this House by a very large majority. It set out a list of the things that needed to be done before the treaty is put into operation. But I think if the noble and learned Lord Goldsmith will forgive me, I can refer briefly to the Home Secretary's letter dated the 14th of March in response to his report and to his reply of the same date. What they say reinforces my point that the treaty must be implemented before Rwanda can be considered to be safe, and that the bill should say so. Now, Lords, in his letter, the Home Secretary did not address any of the issues raised by the report. All he said was that the joint committee provided for by the treaty met last month to discuss readiness for operationalization, that implementation continues apace, and that there are more steps that needed to be taken. There were no further details. In his reply, the noble and learned Lord said that as the bill asks Parliament to declare that Parliament is a safe country based on the provisions of the treaty, it is important that Parliament should be satisfied that the treaty has been fully implemented. He said that could only be done by updating Parliament in detail on each of the outstanding issues highlighted in that report. And he asked for a substantive response by the end of last week so that Parliament had that information as it considered the final stages of the bill. Now, my Lords, I'm open to correction, but so far as I'm aware, there has been no such response. But we cannot let the matter lie there. That is why it is so important that Parliament should be advised by the Monitoring Committee that the mechanisms listed in the treaty for its implementation have been created before Rwanda can be considered to be safe, a safe country for the purposes of the bill. And I should say I'm grateful to the Lord the Minister for setting out what these measures are, as the treaty indeed provides. So that is what my amendment in lieu seeks to achieve. As for my second point, which is about the future, there is an interesting feature about the debate in the Commons last Monday. We often complain that the Commons pay no attention to what we say, and they simply disregard our debates and carry on with listening or picking up what we have said. But on this occasion, my amendments were picked up by three very experienced lawyers speaking from the Conservative benches on the other place. I think it's enough for me to refer as briefly as I can to what they actually said. Sir Jeremy Wright began the debate by saying that he could not accept my amendments as they transferred authority to say whether Rwanda remains a safe country to the Monitoring Committee. He said that could not be right, as the bill is intended to give Parliament that authority. My Lords, I accept that criticism, and indeed my Amendment 3C in lieu does my best to make it clear that the authority does lie with Parliament and not with the committee. But the debate in the other place did not end there. Sir Bob Neill said that he thought my amendments were fair and honest as facts change. And I quote, "If facts change and Parliament sets itself up as an arbiter and decider on fact, it must have a means of changing its decision if the facts change. Can we find a way forward?" Sir Jeremy Wright then agreed. He said that my amendments, flawed as they were, did raise the valid issue of what happens if Rwanda at any point falls below the standard expected of it to justify its safe country status. And again I quote, "It simply is not sensible for Parliament not to be able to say differently, save through primary legislation, if the facts were to change. The government should give some thought to the situation under the bill. It must be right for Parliament to retain the capacity to reconsider and, if necessary, to revise it." And then Sir Robert Buckland said that he agreed with Sir Jeremy Wright's point about giving authority to the Monitoring Committee to decide that Parliament was no longer safe. But he then went on, and again I quote, "The amendment is capable of perfection. There is force in their lordships pursuing the point so that we can match up reality with what we want to achieve legally." Now, my lords, pursuing the point I regard as an invitation for us to pass my amendment and send the matter back so that the House of Lords, so that the other points can consider the point. And that indeed is what my amendments in lieu are seeking to do. And furthermore, in his reply, the Minister said that he would consider the points raised carefully. So, my lords, my amendments, if approved by your lordships, would give him that opportunity. But the point really is this: if we don't send the matter back, then the opportunity disappears because the point is not raised again. So, my lords, I know that some noble lords feel that the Commons must have the last word, and it's not really right to keep sending things back again. But in this occasion, in view of these invitations, I really invite those lordships who are minded to take that view to think very carefully, because if we don't send it back, then there's a hole in this bill which needed to be filled and would be left empty, unfulfilled. And also, finally, a word about the government's reasons
Order. Quite rightly quoted Sir Jeremy Wright and Sir Bob Neill and Robert Buckland in their views in the debate that was in the Commons on Monday night. But he will also, in fairness, quote the response from the Minister, Mr. Tomlinson. And his response, if I have it right, is that what they were looking for by compensation for whether the bill was actually working in practice was that this was the role of the monitoring committee. And there's a danger here, I think, of extending the law beyond what is reasonable. There comes a certain point where you have to the law has to be left where it is, and the people on the ground, namely the monitoring committee, which is an independent body, have to be the guardians of what happens. Now, surely that is the role of the monitoring committee, and if it always has to refer back to Parliament, then surely there is something deficient with the monitoring with the setup for the monitoring committee. So I would ask the noble lord to consider that. Surely I understand why he would want this to be referred back by this House, but there is a role for the monitoring committee which we should not ignore.
Extremely grateful to the noble lord for his point. I imagine the monitoring committee was put there at the request of His Majesty's government because something needed to be done to keep an eye on what was going on in Rwanda. And it's made up of people who are independently appointed, no allegiance to either government, so one can trust them as looking at the matter dispassionately, and therefore that their advice could be trusted. So that's why I have introduced the monitoring committee into my amendments as the best way of finding out whether or not the treaty is being properly implemented. So if I followed the noble lord's intervention correctly, I agree with what he's saying. But on the other hand, I accept the point made by Sir Jeremy Wright that in the end Parliament has to have the final say based on the advice which it receives, because there has to be some mechanism for really so that Parliament can have can comment on it before the fact that Rwanda's safety is reversed. How that is to be done, I simply don't know, which is why I'm anxious that the government should be able to have another look at it and decide how best to proceed. But I thought it was right that Parliament should have an opportunity to comment before the conclusion is reached that Rwanda is no longer safe. I think that's really, I hope, the answer to the noble lord's question. Now, my lords, as far as the reasons were given for not accepting my amendments, the minister in the other place said that my amendments should be resisted because they risk disturbing the independence and impartiality of the monitoring committee. Now, I simply don't understand that, because their members are all independent, and nothing that is in my amendments would in any way undermine their independence. And I'm very glad that the noble lord the minister, when he was introducing this debate, didn't put that point forward as a reason for resisting my amendments. As for the Commons' reasons set out in the Marshall List, which I think the Noble Lord has endorsed, they say that it's not appropriate to legislate for Rwanda adhering to its obligations under the treaty, as those obligations will be subject to the monitoring provisions set out in the treaty. But what it fails to do is to address the problem that is created by the use of the word is, especially should something go wrong. And it's apparent to the Monitoring Committee that Rwanda is no longer safe. And, Lords, I think the Noble Lord, the Minister, was suggesting that in some way it was wrong that the government should be subject to, should be entering into discussions with the Monitoring Committee, and that in a way would undermine its independence. Well, the Lords, I'm not asking for that. I'm just simply asking for them to receive advice. That's all. The advice is given. I'm not suggesting it needs to be discussed or indeed there should be any sort of conversation, simply that the advice would be given. So, Lords, I think I've probably said enough to make my points clear, and for the reasons I've given, I beg to move.
The original question was that motion B be agreed to. Since when motion B1 has been moved as an amendment to motion B, at the end, insert the words as printed in the Marshall List. So the question, therefore, is that motion B1 be agreed to.
Is to update the House on a further development in relation to the Noble and Learned Lord Hope's amendment. We had the privilege in the Constitution Committee this morning to have the Lord Chancellor give evidence to us today. We spoke of the Rwanda Bill. We raised specifically with the Lord Chancellor the question that the effect of the bill is saying it is a safe country, and the bill once passed means forever and ever Rwanda will be treated as a safe country. His response, unprompted, was one of the great protections was the Monitoring Committee. He said that if the Monitoring Committee said that the provisions of the treaty were not being adhered to, and that was made public, and he envisaged that it would be made public, the consequence would be that this could lead to some sort of parliamentary debate or occasion. Now, what he had in mind was not the automatic non-application of the bill, as my noble and learned friend, the noble and learned Lord, as amendment would do, but there's not much difference between what the noble and learned Lord Hope is proposing, namely that if the Monitoring Committee say it's not being adhered to, then it stops applying, and what the noble Lord Chancellor said, namely that there would be the opportunity for a parliamentary occasion. So I strongly support what the noble and learned Lord has said. An unanswerable part of his argument is this must be sent back to the Commons so that they can express a view and we can hear more from the Lord Chancellor in relation to this. On a completely separate point, and I apologise to the noble Lord Sharp for interrupting him before the question was put. He said that the Rwandan government, I'm not quite sure how it works, we're going to put a bill to the Rwandan Parliament to implement the terms of the treaty. That's obviously separate from the point the noble Lord Murray has made. Can we take it, and could he give an assurance to the House that the bill will not be the treaty will not be ratified, and therefore the bill come into force until both that bill has gone through the Rwandan Parliament and it has been given effect to?
Rwanda is a safe country. Rwanda will always be a safe country. How can I say that? Because shortly we will have an act that makes it legal fact. But no matter how often I repeat it to myself, I just can't make it stick. and that is why I think these two amendments in lieu by the noble and learned Lord Hope are so important. I refer to 3B and 3C, which will undoubtedly improve this bill substantially. I would just like to mention one other factor, which is that a few kilometres away, over the border in the Democratic Republic of Congo, there is a war going on. More than 100 armed groups are involved in this conflict, and the M23 are in an escalating battle for Goma with the Democratic Republic of Congo's troops. This is just a few miles across the border, my lords. The situation was described by UNHCR as catastrophic. Hundreds of thousands of people have been displaced. This is just across the border from Rwanda. I'm not going to get into arguments about whether Rwanda at this precise moment is safe, but surely we need to look what's happening just over the border and put in the amendments that the noble and learned Lord has suggested so that we can deal with the situation should it change.
My lords, I wonder if we're making rather heady weather of this. Surely the objective is that if the situation changes in Rwanda, we stop sending people there. Now, don't we have a thing called an embassy? Could they not actually tell us? Are they not going to be in touch with the people on the ground and the administration of it? And they can advise the government. And if the government says it's going badly, out we go, pack it up. Quite simple.
My lords, I am puzzled by this amendment. For 18 years, we had on the statute book an Act of Parliament between 2004 and 2022, which said there was an irrebuttable presumption that a list of countries is, was, and always will be safe. And I don't recall any member of this chamber or anyone in the other chamber when I was there demurring. We had on the statute book an Act of Parliament which had no provision for a monitoring committee, and I don't remember any member of this chamber or that chamber complaining about that. For 18 years, we had provisions which had none of the safeguards which the noble Lord Hope wants to include, and I don't recall him or any other member of this chamber demurring. As I understand, the only difference was that we were required to have that list by our membership of the European Union, and still would have that list now if we had not left the European Union. And I don't recall anybody in this House saying that it was wrong that that situation should persist, or using it as an argument that for leaving the European Union that we could then get rid of it as we did. So, my lords, I think we're making a bit too much of the lack of provisions and safeguards now about one black country when we had no concerns about a list of white countries.
Would my noble friend give way before he sits down? Is it not the case that that legislation didn't simply have the controls advocated by the noble and learned Lord Hope? It didn't have the controls that are in this bill, that are in this legislation. There was no monitoring committee. It didn't simply have these controls in that legislation.
My noble friend is absolutely right, as he always is.
My lords, can I first of all declare my interest as set out in the register supported by RAMP? I'm a bit grateful for a history lesson, but of course, as the Right Reverend the Archbishop of Canterbury told us, two wrongs don't make a right, and certainly it was without the history of my time in this House and beforehand. We are dealing with this issue to dealing with this country and a bill about this country and doing it in the right way. And what these amendments do is actually seek to build upon the view that this House has already taken. The fact that the treaty is locked into the bill and that we are being asked that the treaty has made Rwanda a safe country, is a safe country, in our view, is not the view of this House. That was a determination this House took, that it should not ratify this bill until such time as the conditions which were placed by the International Agreements Committee were put into operation. So in its this discussion has gone on through a variety of different parts of this House and its select committees. But the significant one, I think, was one that the government's response to the Joint Committee on Human Rights, which I know that members were hopeful that that report would have reached us before third reading. But in fact, it didn't. It only was published the day after third reading, and therefore we didn't have time to consider it at that point in the agreement. And what the government said in response was, and I think they've indicated something of this in other statements, is that we will not ratify the treaty until the UK and Rwanda agreed that all necessary measures in the treaty are in place. But in subsequent discussion, it could not tell us, the government cannot tell us, which measures are in place and which measures are about to be in place. And to quote the noble Lord Stewart of Dirleton when he said, "We are working towards the country being safe," in one of the responses he gave, it's clear that the government is asking us not only for Parliament to declare a fact contrary to a finding of fact by the highest court in the land, but then to believe in the effectiveness of measures set out by the government to ensure safety that are not yet fully implemented. For example, and the noble Lord has, the Minister has already referred to this, domestic legislation is still to be passed in Rwanda, including, and in particular, laws on the processes for making immigration decisions and laws for dealing with appeals. These new laws are to be followed by appropriate training and guidance for practitioners before they can be put into operation. We also are mindful that there was evidence given by David Neal, the former Borders and Immigration Inspector, to a committee of this House yesterday. And in that, he told the committee that there are pieces of work that the Inspectorate did in relation to the safety of Rwanda which aren't yet in the public domain. In particular, that he referred to the Home Office Rwanda Country Information Report, which of course was subject to Supreme Court scrutiny, but it is complete but not yet published, as we understand it. And other material has not been scrutinised by an independent inspector either, because there's no longer one in place. Now, we're told by the government that we have sufficient material before us to judge that Rwanda is safe. Put aside the fact that Parliament is it the right place where people should judge a country is safe in terms of this, and the way we think it may not be. We are being asked in this bill to make that decision ourselves. And that wasn't the view of this House, that it was safe. And the House made a decision on what it wanted to see before it could determine that it is indeed safe. Now, the government is intent on telling us to change our minds. That's what the government has to convince us to do, that this House has taken its view, that view is now before us, and the government is asking us to change our minds, without the exact evidence that the House required being provided. Now, my Lords, these are all areas of concern which make it clear to us that the very basic safeguards the Home Office has set out in the treaty need to be fully implemented before this bill is passed. These amendments are crucial to making that happen because they protect us both now and in the future as well. And on these benches, we're pleased to support.
My Lords, we're very pleased to say as well that should Lord Hope wish to test the opinion of the House with respect to B1 and B2, we'd be very supportive of them as well. Can I just say to Lord Hope, the change he's made in Amendment B1 from is to will be is a very significant change and indeed goes to the heart of the problem that this House has considered on many occasions, namely that the government's declaration in the bill is that Rwanda is safe, and in the treaty is that it will be safe should the mechanisms contained within the treaty actually put in place. And I find it incredible that the government can't accept what is just basically a very simple amendment to put on the face of the bill, which actually, in a sense, puts into practice what the government itself has accepted. And I would just reinforce the point to the noble Lord Sharp, the point that Lord Hope made, that the Minister in the other place implied that there was something to think about here, and that the government needed to think about how it responded to Amendments 2 and 3, as they were then, that had gone to the other place. And that's why it is a really important, and again goes back to what I said in the initial part of this debate, that when the other place just dismisses amendments, it denies itself as well the opportunity to properly reflect on a bill and how it might improve it. And so this particular report stage debate that we're having here, I think very much proves the point that we need to pass Lord Hope's amendments, and then indeed the government may wish to adapt part of it to make it more consistent with what it itself thinks. But nonetheless, is a really important amendment. And as I say, we'd be happy to support Lord Hope should he choose to test the opinion of the House.
Well, my Lords, I'm very grateful for Noble Lord's contributions to this debate, and in particular the Noble Lord Hope, Noble and Learned Lord Hope, for the very gracious way he introduced his amendments as ever. My Lords, it is unnecessary to record on the face of the bill, however, the position that the bill already sets out in Clause 9. This Act comes into force on the day on which the Rwanda Treaty enters into force. The treaty sets out the international legal commitments that the UK and Rwandan governments have made consistent with their shared standards associated with asylum and refugee protection. And it also commits both governments to deliver against key legal assurances in response to the UK's Supreme Court's conclusions. My Lords, I'm very grateful to my noble friends Lord Howard, Lord Lilly and Lord Horam for in effect pointing out, perhaps rather gently, that Lord Hope and the Noble and Learned Lord Hope is placing not much faith in the safeguards the real-time monitoring committee will offer. My Lords, we believe that this will be much more effective than any other form of scrutiny. And my noble and learned friend went through the monitoring committee's terms of reference in the last group, and I won't repeat those. But I would say that in terms of the enhanced monitoring that has been discussed, the enhanced phase, that will take place over the first 3 months on a daily basis. And the enhanced phase will ensure that monitoring and reporting takes place in real time so that the Independent Monitoring Committee can rapidly identify, address and respond to any shortcomings or failures to comply with the obligations in the treaty and identify areas for improvement, or indeed urgently escalate issues prior to any shortcomings or breaches, placing a relocated individual at real risk of harm. So that will include reporting to the Joint Committee co-chairs within 24 hours in emergency or urgent situations. My Lords, I could go through the various minimum levels of assurance that have been agreed by the Monitoring Committee, but I fear I would lose the patience of your Lordships. I've made it crystal clear, my Lords, that the government will only ratify the treaty in the UK once we agree with Rwanda that all necessary implementation is in place for both countries to comply with the obligations under the treaty. We've assurances from the government of Rwanda that the implementation of all measures within the treaty will be expedited, and I'm grateful to all the work that continues to take place by officials in the government of Rwanda. Just to conclude, again, I agree with my noble friends Lord Lilly and Lord Howard. The proper parliamentary response to any changes is, of course, to change the legislation, either by amendment or repeal. So on that basis, my Lords, I beg to move.
Before he sits down, my noble friend would have heard the noble Lord Faulkner tell us about what the Lord Chancellor said about a parliamentary occasion if the Monitoring Committee was to advise that Rwanda was not safe. Would my noble friend care to tell us what the parliamentary occasion would be?
Well, no, as I wasn't party to the comments of the Lord Chancellor, I think that would be very foolish of me to try and second-guess what he may have meant by that comment.
Well, my Lords, I'm very grateful to all noble Lords who have spoken in this debate, and particularly to the Minister for the careful way in which he replied. There's only one thing I should say, and it's in response to the noble Lord Lilly. He's absolutely right that there was a list of safe countries in that legislation, and it certainly didn't occur to me to question the proposition in that bill. But everything depends on the context, and we're dealing here with a bill which is fenced around, as I said earlier on an earlier occasion, with barbed wire on every possible occasion to present anybody bringing any kind of court challenge, whatever, to protect their human rights and other rights in the event of their being faced with being sent to Rwanda. It's that context which really transforms the situation entirely from the measure that the noble Lord was talking about, and why I suggest it's so important to get the wording of that crucial sentence in Clause 1(2) of the bill right. And it's for that reason, my Lords, that I wish to test the opinion of the House.
The question is that motion B1 be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content.
Content.
The contrary, not content.
Not content.
My Lords, the question will be decided by a division. I will advise the House when voting is open. Voting is now open. Clear the bar. My Lords, the question is that motion B1 be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content.
Content.
The contrary not content.
Not content.
The contents will go to the right by the throne, the not contents to the left by the bar. question is that motion B1 be agreed to. My Lords, there have voted. Contents 285, not contents 230. So the contents have it. Motion.
Order.
Motion B2. Order. Motion B2, Lord Hope.
Wish to test the opinion of the House.
The question is that motion B2 be agreed to. As many as are of the opinion will say content. Content. The contrary not content. Not content. The question will be decided by a division. I will inform the House when voting is open. Voting is now open. Clear the bar. My Lords, the question is that motion B2 be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The content will go to the right by the throne, the not contents to the left by the bar. My Lords,
Order! Order!
the question is that motion B2 be agreed to. My Lords, there have voted contents 276, not contents 226. So the contents have it.
50.
Yep.
50. Nice round figure. 50.
Well, you set the standards.
Well done, Simon. Success.
Simon, I think you enjoyed all that.
Order.
My Lords, motion C, Lord Sharp of Epsom, moved formally.
Excuse me, my Lords, my noble and learned friend has already spoken to motion C that this House do not insist on its amendments 4 and 5, to which the Commons have disagreed for their reason 5A, so I beg to move.
The question is that motion C be agreed to. As many as of that opinion will say content. To the contrary, not content. The contents have it. Motion D, Lord Sharp of Epsom.
My Lords, again, my noble and learned friend has already spoken to motion D that this House do not insist on its amendment 6, to which the Commons have disagreed for their reason 6A. I beg to move.
The question is that motion D be agreed to. Motion D1, Baroness Chakrabarty.
I beg to move motion D1.
The original... I take it the noble lady wishes to test the opinion of the House.
Yes. Yes.
Just checking, my Lord. The original question was that motion D be agreed to. Since when motion D1 has been moved as an amendment to motion D, at end insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question, therefore, is that motion D1 be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Content! To the contrary, not content.
Not content!
The question will be decided by a division. I will alert the House when voting is open. Voting is now open. Clear the bar.
The question is that motion D1 be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content. Content. To the contrary, not content. Not content. The contents will go to the right by the throne, the not contents to the left by the bar. My Lords, The question is that motion D1 be agreed to. My Lords, there have voted contents 263, not contents 233. So the contents have it.
That was 30. Oh, was it 30? Yes, you're quite right, you're quite right.
My Lords, motion E, Lord Sharp of Epsom.
My Lords, I beg to move motion E, that this House do not insist on its Amendment 7, to which the Commons have disagreed for their reason 7A. I will also speak to motions E1, F, G, G1, H and H1. My Lords, we've now debated at length the individual provisions within this bill. Far too many lives have been lost at sea as migrants have chosen to leave the safety of safe third countries, such as France, to make perilous journeys across the Channel. It remains the government's priority to deter people from making dangerous and unnecessary journeys. But, my Lords, this deterrent will only work if we apply the same rules to everyone. Although I have no doubt these amendments are well intended, they will encourage more and more people to make spurious claims to avoid their relocation to Rwanda, as well as undermine legislation passed by Parliament in recent years. So, my Lords, turning to motion E, Amendment 7B relates to Section 57 of the Illegal Migration Act of 2023, decisions relating to a person's age, to amend the definition of a relevant authority for that section if a person is to be removed to the Republic of Rwanda. Section 57 applies to decisions on age made by a relevant authority on persons who meet the four conditions under Section 2 of the IMA. Section 57 disapplies the right of appeal for age assessment decisions made under Sections 50 or 51 of the Nationality and Borders Act of 2022 and prevents a judicial review challenge to a decision on age from suspending removal under the 2023 Act, and provides that the court can only grant relief in that judicial review on the basis that a decision is wrong in law and not because a decision is wrong as a matter of fact. A relevant authority is defined in subsection 6 of section 57 as the Secretary of State, an immigration officer, a designated person within the meaning of Part 4 of the 2022 Act, and a local authority within the meaning of Part 4 of the 2022 Act. If somebody is to be removed to Rwanda, this amendment changes the definition of a relevant authority in this scenario to mean only a local authority as defined in the 2022 Act who has conducted an age assessment under section 53B of the 2022 Act. That is, where the local authority has decided that it will conduct an age assessment itself and inform the Home Office of the result. Therefore, this amendment would result in the provisions of Section 57 only applying to decisions on age made by local authorities under Section 53B of the 2022 Act, where the removal is to Rwanda. This amendment would prevent Section 57 of the 2023 Act from applying to decisions on age taken by the other listed decision makers in subsection 6 of Section 57, where the removal is to Rwanda. For example, decisions of the National Age Assessment Board. This would result in treating differently those who are to be removed to Rwanda under the 2023 Act to those removed to another country. And the purpose of the IMA is to tackle illegal migration and create a scheme whereby anyone arriving illegally in the UK will be promptly removed to their home country or to a safe third country to have any asylum or human rights claim processed. All cohorts who are removed under the Illegal Migration Act should therefore be treated the same for the purposes of Section 57. Upon arrival, where an individual claims to be a child without any documentary evidence, and where there is reason to doubt their claimed age, immigration officers are required to make an initial age decision to determine whether the individual should be treated as a child or as an adult. This is an important first step to prevent individuals who are clearly an adult or child from being subjected unnecessarily to a more substantive age assessment and are immediately routed to the correct adult or child process for assessing their asylum or immigration claim. Current guidance provides that immigration officers may only treat that individual as an adult where that individual has no credible and clear documentary evidence proving their age, and 2 members of Home Office staff assess that their physical appearance and demeanour very strongly suggests that the individual is significantly over 18. This approach to initial decisions on age has been considered by the Supreme Court in BF Eritrea versus the Secretary of State for the Home Department, 2021 UK Supreme Court 38, and held to be lawful. Where that threshold is not met, but there remains doubt about the individual's age, they will be treated as a child and transferred to a local authority for further consideration of their age. This often involves a further, more comprehensive Merton-compliant age assessment if deemed necessary. And this typically involves 2 qualified social workers undertaking a series of interviews with the young person and taking into account any other information relevant to their age. The 2022 Act allows local authorities to refer age assessments to designated officials of the Home Office who form the National Age Assessment Board. The National Age Assessment Board, which launched in March 2023, aims to achieve greater consistency in quality of age assessments, reduce the incentives for adults to claim to be children, and reduce the financial and administrative burden of undertaking assessments on local authorities. The aim of achieving accurate age assessments is its primary consideration. The National Age Assessment Board consists of expert social workers whose task is to conduct full Merton-compliant age assessments upon referral from a local authority or the Home Office. And local authorities also retain the ability to conduct age assessments themselves. The introduction of the board offers significant improvements to our processes for assessing age. It aims to create greater consistency in age assessment practices, to improving quality and ensuring that ages are correctly recorded for immigration purposes. And it will also help reduce the resource burden on local authorities. Where the National Age Assessment Board conduct an age assessment, they also take on the legal risk. The National Age Assessment Board has shown that the social workers working within the Home Office can conduct age assessments to a high standard without political interference, or have their professional integrity as social workers and adherence to social work professional standards inhibited. Every assessment is conducted by 2 social workers on its own merits and reviewed by a team manager, and achieving accurate age assessments is the primary consideration. As I've set out before, assessing age is difficult, but it is important that the government takes decisive action to deter adults from knowingly claiming to be children. Given that unaccompanied children will be treated differently to adults under the IMA, and the obvious safeguarding risks of adults purporting to be children being placed within the care system, it is important that we take steps to deter adults from claiming to be children and to avoid lengthy legal challenges to age assessment decisions, preventing the removal of those who have been assessed to be adults. We consider that these provisions within the IMA are entirely necessary to safeguard genuine children and guard against those who seek to game the system by purporting to be adults. My Lords, between 2016 and September 2023, there were 11,977 asylum cases where age was disputed and subsequently resolved, of which nearly half, that's 5,651 assessments, were found to be adults. We cannot allow this figure to rise, but by disapplying Section 57 of the IMA for the removals to Rwanda, we undoubtedly will open up our systems to more abuse, given that adult males account for 75% of small boat arrivals. It's for that reason that the government cannot support this amendment. It will simply open the floodgates for more abuse within the system and encourage adults to knowingly claim to be children to avoid being relocated to Rwanda, placing genuine children at risk and being disadvantaged. Continuing our focus on the Illegal Migration Act, I will now turn to motion F and Lord's Amendment 8. This amendment aims to secure a commitment from the government to set out the process for how we will remove to Rwanda those who meet the 4 conditions of Section 2 of the Illegal Migration Act, the duty to make arrangements for removal, and who have arrived in the UK since the 20th of July 2023, which is the date of royal assent of the IMA. Specifically, it requires details on the numbers of asylum seekers impacted and a commitment to publishing a timetable for these removals. My Lords, the government cannot accept this amendment. As I previously set out at report, this amendment is seeking information normally only used for internal government planning purposes, and this is not something that is normally shared, nor is it appropriate to legislate for such a commitment. But we do, however, recognise the importance of having clear and coherent data. The Home Office routinely publishes data on asylum, enforcement and irregular migration in the quarterly releases, Immigration System Statistics Quarterly Release and the Irregular Migration to the UK Statistics. This includes information on people arriving irregularly to the UK, volumes and method of entry. This includes information on cases being considered on inadmissibility grounds, including the number of cases who have received a notice of intent and who have been deemed inadmissible, and the number of people returned, including breakdowns by destination, and initial decisions on asylum claims. Official statistics published by the Home Office are kept under review in line with the Code of Practice for Statistics, taking into account a number of factors, including user needs, as well as quality and availability of data. My Lords, this amendment is seeking information normally only used for internal government planning, and this is not something that is often shared, nor is it appropriate to legislate for such a commitment. The government's primary objective is ensuring flights can relocate people to Rwanda, and once commenced, provisions in the Illegal Migration Act will support this objective. My Lords, turning to motion G, Amendment 9, would in effect prevent any removal to Rwanda for someone who has received a positive reasonable grounds decision in the National Referral Mechanism, the NRM, irrespective of whether they have been disqualified from the NRM under the Illegal Migration Act or in relation to pre-IMA cases, by a decision in an individual case to make a public order disqualification based on criteria set out in the Nationalities and Borders Act. Furthermore, confirmed victims with positive conclusive grounds decisions could not be removed from the UK without consideration of the specified factors, and if any of those factors apply without the consent of the individual concerned. The government cannot accept this amendment for similar reasons that I've set out in relation to Amendment 7. This amendment undermines provisions in existing legislation, the Nationality and Borders Act and the Illegal Migration Act, which introduce the means to disqualify certain individuals from the NRM on grounds of public order before a conclusive grounds is considered. The provision in the Illegal Migration Act was intended to deal with the immediate and pressing broader public order risk arising from the exceptional circumstances relating to illegal entry into the UK, including the pressure placed on public services by the large number of illegal entrants and the loss of life caused by illegal and dangerous journeys. Where someone has entered the UK illegally and is identified as a potential victim of modern slavery, we will ensure they are returned home or to another safe country, away from those who have trafficked them. The UK government is committed to supporting victims of modern slavery and will continue to do so through the National Referral Mechanism. But it is vital that the government takes steps to reduce or remove incentives for individuals to enter the country illegally. These illegal practices pose an exceptional threat to public order, risk lives, and place unprecedented pressure on public services. The protections that the NRM provide are open to misuse and could act as an incentive for those making dangerous journeys, particularly in light of other ways of staying in the UK being closed off through the Illegal Migration Bill. My Lords, the UK has led the world in protecting victims of modern slavery, and we will continue to identify and support those who have suffered intolerable abuse at the hands of criminals and traffickers. As I set out at report stage, we remain committed to ensuring that where indicators that someone is a victim of modern slavery are identified by first responders, that they continue to be referred into the NRM for consideration by the competent authorities. For all cases, steps will be taken to identify whether a person may be a victim of modern slavery. If a person is referred into the NRM, a reasonable grounds decision will be made. Under the treaty, the Government of Rwanda will have regard to information provided by the UK relating to any special needs an individual may have that may arise as a result of them being a victim of modern slavery and human trafficking. Rwanda will take all necessary steps to ensure that these needs are accommodated. The Government of Rwanda has systems in place to safeguard relocated individuals with a range of vulnerabilities, including those concerning mental health and gender-based violence. Therefore, my Lords, this amendment is unnecessary and would undermine the core purpose of the bill, which is to create a deterrence, not to create exceptions and loopholes which will lead to further abuse of our immigration systems. My Lords, turning to Motion H, Amendment 10. The Government greatly values the contribution of those who have supported us and our armed forces overseas, and that's why there are legal routes for them to come to the UK. Having said that, in response to the Noble Lord Brown's remarks, Section 4, subsections 7 to 9 of the Illegal Migration Act, passed by Parliament last year, enable the Secretary of State by regulations to specify categories of persons to whom the duty to remove is not to apply, whether on a temporary or permanent basis. We want to reassure Parliament that once the UKSF ARAP review, which was announced on the 19th of February, has concluded, the Government will consider and revisit how the IMA and removal under existing immigration legislation will apply to those who are determined ARAP eligible as a result of the review, ensuring that these people receive the attention that they deserve. This Government recognises the commitment and responsibility that comes with combat veterans, whether our own or those who showed courage by serving alongside us. And my Lords, we will not let them down. I beg to move.
The question is that motion E be agreed to. Motion E1, Baroness Lister-Burtison.
My Lords, I beg to move motion E1 as an amendment to motion E at end insert and do propose amendment 7B in lieu with the words as printed on the marshalled list. My starting point is the treaty, which makes clear that it does not cover unaccompanied children, as emphasised by the Minister for Countering Illegal Migration on Monday. My sole purpose has been to ensure that insofar as it's possible, this treaty intention is upheld, i.e. that no unaccompanied child is removed to Rwanda because they've mistakenly been assessed as an adult. Wrongful age assessment happens all too frequently, given the only safeguard referred to repeatedly by the Noble Lord the Minister is that two immigration officers independently determine age on the basis of a brief assessment of physical appearance and demeanour, which the Home Office itself concedes is notoriously unreliable. The original amendment would have ensured the status quo ante, that no age-disputed child would be removed to Rwanda until any legal challenge through domestic courts and tribunals was exhausted, and it would have enabled such challenge to be made on the basis of the facts and not just the law. This amendment in lieu is much more modest, and it in effect meets the Commons' formal objection to the original amendment. It would permit an age-disputed child to be removed to Rwanda with a pending challenge on a limited basis, but only if a proper age assessment has first been carried out by a local authority. This would ensure that a Merton-compliant assessment is undertaken, and it is only at this point that so-called scientific methods would come into play. Now, it was clear that MPs, including Dame Priti Patel and Mrs Elphick, who argued against the original amendment, lauding scientific methods, did not understand that age-disputed children would be sent to Rwanda without any use of scientific methods, never mind the existing Merton-compliant methods. Yet, as the Minister himself acknowledged on Monday, assessing age is inherently difficult. And in this House, the Minister stated at report that it is a challenging task, so that a combination of methods will deliver more accurate age assessments. But without this amendment, there could be no combination of methods, just a brief visual assessment that belies the challenging and difficult nature of the task. I won't repeat all the arguments as they were addressed at report to the satisfaction of noble lords who voted by a majority of 84 from all benches in support of the original amendment. But I'd point out that if an adult is pretending to be a child, as feared by some Conservative MPs and ministers, then they will still be sent to Rwanda, but following a proper assessment of their age. This is not an opening of the floodgates, as the Minister put it. With reference to the new argument that it would be wrong to treat differently those to be removed to Rwanda from those to be removed elsewhere, I'd simply quote back from the official response to the Constitution Committee. It is legitimate to treat people differently in different circumstances. The different circumstances here are that there is a treaty that makes clear that unaccompanied children are not covered by it. My Lords, this boils down to a simple choice facing us. We can risk unaccompanied children being sent to Rwanda on the basis of unreliable, quick visual assessments, despite the treaty making clear that they should not be, or we can introduce a minimum safeguard to ensure that at the very least there is a proper age assessment process that reduces the risk of such children being removed erroneously to Rwanda. If we believe in safeguarding the best interests and welfare of children, then surely, my Lords, the least we can do is pass this compromise amendment I beg to move.
The original question was that motion E be agreed to, since when motion E1 has been moved as an amendment to motion E. At end, insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question, therefore, is that motion E1 be agreed to.
My Lords, I'd like warmly to support a motion E1 moved by my noble friend Baroness Lister. My Lords, I should be very brief about this. This House has consistently supported the rights of children in relation to asylum. My Lords, these are the most vulnerable people in the whole of the asylum system. And if a mistake is made, the consequences will be out of all proportion to the damage if a mistake is made in the other direction. That is to say, to send a child wrongly assessed as being an adult, to send a child to Rwanda would be an appalling dereliction of our responsibilities to vulnerable young people. If the mistake is made the other way and one more person stays here, I honestly don't think it'll make much difference, because the majority of asylum seekers in any case will not be sent to Rwanda, even if this legislation were to go through. So, my Lords, it's such a modest proposal. I'm almost too modest, if I may say to my noble friend. It's such a modest proposal, but it'd be in keeping with the traditions of this House if we were to take a stand in support of unaccompanied child refugees.
I support the noble lady Baroness Lister and the noble Lord Dobbs, and just to say that it would be something of a disgrace, in my view, if we did not take these measures to protect, to a very limited extent by these measures, unaccompanied asylum-seeking children.
Yeah.
So I would like to speak to Amendment G1. And I declare an interest as the co-chairman of the Parliamentary Group on Modern Slavery and vice-chairman of the Human Trafficking Foundation. May I say, my Lords, that it's compassion that actually leads me to insist on the amendment I put down at report and bring it back again at this moment. Because we're talking about a group of people wholly different from any other group of which the noble Lord the Minister and others have spoken. They don't come here voluntarily in the normal sense. They are brought here. Some of them are compelled to be here. They may think they are not going to be victims, but that's why they are on a boat or in the back of a lorry. This group has no choice. It's not an issue of incentive, which the noble Lord the Minister speaks about, and how on earth can it be an issue of deterrent, since they are not in control? The government has in the past offered evidence that the system of the national referral mechanism is subject to abuse. So far, we've heard, I think, of only 2 cases of abuse, with thousands of people who've gone through the national referral mechanism. The proposed arrangements in the Illegal Migration Act and the Nationality and Borders Act are absolutely inadequate. And how on earth is it fair that someone, many of whom will have gone through the traumatic experience of already being a victim, should be re-victimized by being sent to Rwanda? So I do ask the members of this House to look at this most disadvantaged and vulnerable group of people compelled to this country and support my motion. I beg to move.
Lords, I rise to speak to motion H1 and to amendment in lieu 10B. Lords, having done so previously, I do not intend to rehearse the moral imperatives that underpin this amendment. In responding to the noble Lord the Minister, I wish to focus on the chasm that yawns between what the Minister in the other place said they might do post the current reviews of our decisions of ineligibility and their unwillingness to accept this amendment that accomplishes their stated goal to meet the debt of honour we owe those who risk their lives in assisting the UK forces. We're once again in a position where we're being asked to deny the fruits of our reason and accept that black is white. First, we're asked to accept that simply by legislative assertion the government can turn Rwanda into a safe country for all time, regardless of the facts. And now, having followed the somewhat convoluted log chopping of the Minister in the other place, we are told that men who brave death, courted injury and are forced into exile as a result of assisting our armed forces in fighting the Taliban are to be punished for arriving here by irregular routes, even where owing to wrongful refusals on our part or possible malfeasance on the part of the Special Forces, they've been compelled to take these routes in the first place. I wish to point out the inconsistencies in the reasoning of the Minister for countering illegal migration, which are reported in the Hansard columns 667 and 668, when he addressed the predecessor of my Amendment 10B on Monday. In outlining why he wished to refuse it, he said that anyone who arrives here illegally should not be able to make the United Kingdom their home and eventually settle here. A person who chooses to come here illegally, particularly if they have a safe and legal route available to them, should be liable to removal to a safe country. What do the words choose and particularly mean in that statement? When you are fleeing for your life, having endangered it because of service to this country, and then having wrongly been refused a relocation visa, what sort of choices are available? And the word particularly tacitly concedes the existence of such scenarios in which safe and legal routes are not available but have been wrongly closed off, but determines we will punish the victims of our own incompetence regardlessly. There are 2 classes of persons to whom this amendment applies. There are those in Afghanistan and Pakistan, we are told, awaiting review of their previously determined applications, who should be determined as eligible, granted a visa, and will have no reason to take an irregular route. And more importantly, a much smaller number, whom the amendment seeks to protect, who already are here. These, my lords, far from being deterred by this government's action, were compelled by it to seek irregular routes or face certain death or torture. For the last year, my lords, the independent Lighthouse reports in Sky have been exposing cases where, owing to the Home Office's bureaucratic sclerosis and errors, in fact the MODs, I think mostly sclerosis and errors, and alleged interference on the part of Special Forces, Afghans who served either in the Triples or otherwise alongside our armed forces wrongly were denied the ability to relocate and were forced to arrive here by other means. In Monday's debate in the other place, the Minister for Countering Illegal Migration suggested, not promised, that regulations may be made under Section 4 of the Illegal Migration Act to ensure that, and I quote, these people receive the attention they deserve. If that is their intention, what has stopped the promulgation of these regulations before now? The government has known for at least a year that these people existed, and have been on notice for a year that the promulgation of these regulations would be necessary to accompany this bill if they had intended to use that in order to solve this problem. Effectively, my lords, these people are being asked to trust the Ministry of Defence, the Home Office, and more broadly the British government, the same bodies that wrongfully refused their relocation visas in the first place, failed to protect them, and have in many cases repeatedly threatened them with deportation to Rwanda. The idea that they would now repose their faith in the Home Office is absurd. In this context, trust is a currency whose value is now completely debased. Rather than wait for these regulations, why not, as the former Lord Chancellor Sir Robert Buckland suggested in Monday's proceedings, simply accept this amendment that precludes the need for their development? Which offence do we believe, my lords, to be more egregious? That of fleeing to a country that asked you to serve alongside its troops via an illegal route, having already been let down by that country's administrative incompetence, or having the power and means to pay a debt of honour to those we have exhorted to serve alongside us in our interests but refusing so to do. I believe the latter is shaming, and it's why I will be seeking, in moving my revised amendment, to test the opinion of this House, to have the other place examine it again and the conscience of its members again.
I support all the amendments in this group, but I'd like to underline how important it is to support Amendment H1 in the name of Lord Brown of Ladyton. And I would remind noble lords of the critical difference it would make by applying an exemption to those who've been employed indirectly in support of the UK government in Afghanistan, as well as those employed directly. And to illustrate very briefly how this makes a difference, I can tell noble lords that for the past few weeks I've been in correspondence with a former Afghan interpreter who was employed by an international agency which had a contract to provide interpreting and translation services to DFID, other government departments and the armed forces. But his application under ARAP for relocation to the UK was rejected, as was his appeal. And my understanding is that this was because he wasn't directly employed by HMG, but through a third party, the agency. But in his words, and I quote, "I endangered my life and future working for the UK government in Afghanistan. Everyone in Afghanistan knew I worked for the UK government. Being rejected by ARAP is an insult to my faithful services to the UK government." My lords, this individual has already faced so many threats in Afghanistan that he has fled to a third country, where sadly he still lives in hiding and in fear. Having his ARAP appeal rejected, he's now told me that his situation is now so urgent and unsafe that he feels he has no alternative but, in his words again, to take the dangerous route to the UK by land. And if I get killed on my way to the UK, it will be better than the problems I'm faced with right now. My lords, if he manages to get here in one piece, despite having no alternative but to come via an unofficial route, he really doesn't deserve to have his loyalty to the UK rewarded by being sent to Rwanda. This amendment would protect him and potentially others like him, and I implore noble lords on all sides of the House to support this amendment, which would acknowledge his faithful service and his willingness to risk his life for us in Afghanistan by doing what morally is just the right thing to do.
My lords, these group of amendments highlight the cruel reality of this policy for some of the most vulnerable people in the world. And what we need is an asylum process which identifies risks and vulnerabilities and then makes a decision upon them when they are here. We know very well that there are people in this country, particularly Afghans, who are here, and we know that there are people here who are in the waiting list for having their cases heard. People whose age is yet to be determined should not be sent to Rwanda whilst they are yet to be confirmed as a child. And the government has agreed that it's wrong to send unaccompanied children to Rwanda. So if that's the case, they need to be extremely careful that they don't do that inadvertently. Children are not cargo who can be shipped from one country to another if the government later decides they have made a mistake. And they are in fact a child after all. Data collected by the Bamba Foundation in 2022 found that of 1,386 children who were initially assessed as adults by the Home Office, 867 of them, that's 63%, ended up being assessed as children by local authorities. So that's the size of the error regime that we have to be careful about. And the key here is not about adults being wrongly assessed as children, but children being wrongly treated as adults and therefore not being safeguarded appropriately. The prospect of victims of modern slavery being sent to Rwanda is again deeply disturbing. These are people who've had no choice often about coming to the UK, and it follows therefore that any level of deterrent directed at them rather than the criminals who brought them here is wrong. Reducing the rights and protections of victims of modern slavery increases the power the criminals have over them. And this amendment that we're discussing now shows that this bill was never about saving lives. It's about trying to save the government's policy, which is never will. And that is why these amendments are so crucial. I'd like to ask the Noble Lord the Minister, what information does it find and get from people who've been coming to this country since the 20th of July 2023, after the Illegal Migration Act received royal assent? What is the information that is provided and sought by the Home Office? There are some, we hear, who think that their case for having their asylum hearing is being progressed. There are people who ask the sort of questions which would lead them to believe that their asylum process is being progressed. I wonder if the Noble Lord the Minister could tell us precisely what it is that they find out in order to be able to determine whether people are young people, are children, whether they are victims of modern slavery, and also whether they are Afghans seeking our support. We don't know what it is that we are asking of these people, and how questions are being put to them, whether they're given long interviews, whether they have access to a lawyer. All that sort of information means that we don't understand, at the same time as we are being told that all this policy will be put in place by this bill. And I fear that we are going to be still waiting. But in terms of the Afghans having a promise to look at something in a few months' time is not the sort of immediacy to deal with this problem which we need to deal with right now. So these amendments are critical for these three groups of very vulnerable people, and we would be mistaken if we did not pass them and if the Noble Lords moving them would move it to a vote.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow Lord German. I very much agree with the remarks that he's made. Can I just start by asking the government again? The government's got itself in a right mess with respect to this flagship bill, partly caused by the fact that it's simply not been listening to the very serious and constructive amendments that your noble lords have made to it. Can I ask again, because I didn't get an answer to this from Lord Stewart, what happened to the government's plan to discuss this bill next Monday in the other place and then bring it back on a further round of ping-pong next Tuesday? What happened to that particular plan? The government is delaying its own legislation for reasons that people keep asking me. Why are they doing it? I don't know, so I'm asking the Minister. Why is the government delaying it till after Easter when it could have brought it back next Tuesday? Did Lord Sharp and Lord Stewart, were they asked about it? Did they put their views forward, or was it simply something that came out of the blue? Because I know that government members were asked to be here next Tuesday, and then it was stopped. And I don't know the answer, and people keep asking me. So I'm asking the government again, what's happened for this flagship emergency piece of legislation that's such that the government has delayed it itself? And then the only defence it has is to turn around and blame us for blocking it, when we've said all along we're not going to block it. And I just ask again, because I need to know the answer, because Conservative members keep asking me. And I say, well, ask your own front bench. Mind you, those here won't know the answer either. But somewhere along the line, there's a serious point to be made with respect to why it is that the government is delaying its own bill through not providing time next week. Can I also say how much I support the remarks of my noble friend Baroness Lister in E1 and the very serious points she made about age assessment. I also very much welcome Baroness Butler-Schloss's movement of G1, her anti-slavery amendment. I've said before, and I make no apologies for saying again, I am absolutely astonished that Conservative members of Parliament in the other place, Conservative peers and others, are driving a coach and horses through what I say as a proud Labour minister was one of the proudest achievements of the government, which happened to be a Conservative government when it passed the Modern Slavery Act. It was a flagship piece of legislation. It was a piece of legislation that has been copied all over the world. And in bill after bill over the last couple of years, we've seen a gradual erosion of some of the fundamental principles which drove it. And Baroness Butler-Schloss very much made some of the points, and I won't repeat them. I should just say as well, and I apologise that I am a trustee of the Human Trafficking Foundation, as mentioned in the Register of Interests. But I do find it incredible, and I very much hope that Noble Lords will take account of the further amendment that the noble Baroness has put before us. Can I also congratulate my noble friend Lord Brown on his amendment H1. It is with absolute incredulity that the government could not find itself able in the other place to accept Lord Brown's amendment. I think it was of astonishment not just to this side of the House, but to all sides of the House, that the government, even if it didn't accept Lord Brown's amendment, could find a way when it considered it a few days ago, of ensuring that this country met its debt to those people who had fought the battles for us when we needed them to fight with us. Many of them have been excluded from that support. I think that is a stain on our country and should have been resolved as soon as possible. And the government had it within its power to do that last week, and in common with the other 9 amendments, it turned it down. I simply don't understand that. Neither do I understand, to be frank, the fact that I accept the words that Lord Sharp, and he will have made them in very good faith, that this is going to be revised, looked at, brought forward in due course, regulations are going to be used, secondary legislation is going to be used. There is absolutely no excuse for the government of the day not standing up, whether it didn't do it in the other place, but standing up in here and say we will honour those who honoured us by ensuring that they are protected, and to do that we will accept Lord Brown's amendment. It could have done that today, and that would have meant that on the face of the bill that we would have had that. Notwithstanding that fact, that the government clearly aren't going to do that, I hope that noble lords in vast numbers will support Lord Brown's amendment, so that when it goes back to the other place to be considered, whenever that will be, the members of the other place will have the opportunity to honour the debt that we owe those who fought with us in our time of need in the war in Afghanistan and the conflict that we had there. We owe it to them. What on earth, as Lord Stirrup, who's not in his place, said before, will we say to others in other conflicts to come when we need support, we need help? What are we to do to turn around to them and to say, don't worry, as translators, as lorry drivers, as those who are fighting with us, as interpreters, don't worry, this country will support you in the aftermath of it. And they will look back at what we've done in Afghanistan and wonder whether we can be true to our word. We should resolve this and support Lord Brown's amendment, and I hope we do so in vast numbers this evening.
Well, my Lords, once again, I'm very grateful to Noble Lords for their contributions. And of course, I acknowledge the points that have been made today. But, my Lords, the government is unable to accept these amendments. My Lords, I think it's worth me starting by reading Article 3.4 of the treaty again into the record, just for the avoidance of any further doubt. And I quote, "The agreement does not cover unaccompanied children, and the United Kingdom confirms that it shall not seek to relocate unaccompanied individuals who are deemed to be under the age of 18. Any unaccompanied individual who, subsequent to relocation, is deemed by a court or tribunal in the United Kingdom to either be under the age of 18 or to be treated temporarily as being under the age of 18 shall be returned to the United Kingdom in accordance with Article 11 of this agreement." My Lords, the Noble Lady Baroness Lister acknowledged, as I have from this dispatch box, that assessing age is a challenging thing to do. And that is why the National Age Assessment Board, into which I went into in some detail in my opening remarks, was launched in March 2023. I will repeat some of those remarks. It was launched in order to achieve greater consistency in quality of age assessments, to reduce the incentives for adults to claim to be children, and to reduce the financial administrative burden of undertaking assessment on local authorities. The aim of achieving accurate age assessments is its primary consideration. The NAAB consists of expert social workers whose task is to conduct full Merton-compliant age assessments upon local referral from a local authority or the Home Office. And local authorities also retain the ability to conduct age assessments themselves. My Lords, this is not some sort of perfunctory nod in the direction of those who are obviously in a difficult position. This is a very comprehensive age assessment process. And let me make it clear that if an age-disputed individual requires a Merton assessment, they will only be relocated to Rwanda if determined to be an adult after that Merton assessment. My Lords, in terms of numbers of people, it was suggested that there were not very many, and I'm going to go through those again as well. Between 2016 and September 2023, there were 11,977 asylum cases where age was disputed. 5,651 of those were found to be adults. That is over 800 per year. I would argue to the Noble Lord Dubs that it would be a mistake to put those people into a system that's designed for children. And I'm quite surprised to hear the Noble Lord German suggesting the opposite. Those are the statistics that I recognise, my Lords. As I've previously set out, we cannot allow legislation to pass that would enable those who are to be removed to Rwanda to be treated differently to those removed to another country. The purpose of the IMA and this bill is to ensure that anyone arriving illegally in the UK will be promptly removed to their home country or to a safe third country to have any asylum or human rights claims processed. Can I just say to both Noble Lords Brown and Coker, that I will of course make sure that their comments are very carefully scrutinised over the course of the coming weeks. And can I apologise to Baroness Cousins that I'm unable obviously to comment on the individual case that she cited. My Lords, the government of Rwanda has systems in place to safeguard relocated individuals with a range of vulnerabilities, including those concerning mental health and gender-based violence. Rwanda has a proven track record of working constructively with domestic and international partners, including the UNHCR, the International Organization for Migration, and other non-government organizations to process and support the asylum seeker and refugee population. By temporarily accommodating some of the most vulnerable refugee populations who have faced trauma, detentions and violence, Rwanda has showcased its willingness and ability to work collaboratively to provide solutions to refugee situations and crises. My Lords, we need to focus on getting flights off the ground to Rwanda to create the reality that everyone who enters the UK via a small boat will not be able to stay, but will be swiftly removed. This will help us to continue to stop illegal immigrants from taking dangerous journeys across the Channel and save lives at sea. My Lords, I beg to move.
Could he, I just wonder whether the Noble Lord Sharp could answer my question that I put to him and to Lord Stewart. What happened to the government's plans to do this next week? It was due to go to the other place on Monday and come back here on Tuesday. What's happened to those plans and why have they been ditched?
The Lord will not like my answer, but the scheduling of business is a matter for business managers.
My Lords, I don't wish to intervene into this little local argument, but I thank Noble Lords who have supported my amendment with very strong arguments, motion E1. I thank the Noble Lord the Minister for writing into the record Article 3.4. I didn't do that because I wanted to save time, but he made my case for me. The treaty makes clear that we should not be sending underage or age-disputed, unaccompanied children to Rwanda. And that is what this amendment is about. But he's shifted his ground because in previous iterations, he's just talked about the 2 independent immigration officers who are going to provide this assessment based on appearance and demeanour. Now he's talking about social workers, but how many of those poor children actually get that far? I don't know if he can answer that question. I suspect he can't. And I have not heard anything from the Noble Lord the Minister that undermines a case that I and others have made on behalf of these children. I therefore wish to press my motion and seek the opinion of the House.
My Lords, the question is that motion E1 be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content.
Content.
To the contrary, not content. Not content. The question will be decided by a division. I will alert the House when voting is open. Voting is open. Clear the bar.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many are of that opinion shall say content. Content. Contrary, not content.
Not content.
The contents will go to the right by the throne, the not contents to the left by the bar.
Question is that this motion be agreed to.
Overkill.
There have voted content 249, not contents 219. Therefore, the contents have it. Motion F, Lord Sharp of Epsom.
My Lords, I have already spoken to motion F that this House do not insist on its Amendment 8, to which the Commons have disagreed for their reason 8A. I beg to move.
Is that motion F be agreed to? As many are of that opinion shall say content. Contrary not content, the contents have it. Motion G, Lord Sharp of Epsom.
My Lords, I've already spoken to motion G that this House do not insist on its Amendment 9, to which the Commons have disagreed for their reason 9A. I beg to move.
The question is that motion G be agreed to. Motion G1, Baroness Butler's loss.
The noble Lord the Minister did not refer to my amendment at all in his summing up. However, I beg leave to test the opinion of the House.
In other words, it was rude.
The original question was that motion G be agreed to. Since when motion G1 has been moved as an amendment to motion G, leave out from House to and insert do insist on its amendment 9. The question therefore is that motion G1 be agreed to. As many are of that opinion shall say content. Content. Contrary not content. Not content. The question will be decided by a division. I will tell the House when voting is open. Voting is now open. Clear the bar. question is that motion H1 be agreed to. As many are that opinion shall say content. Contrary not content. The contents will go to the right by the bar, the not contents to the left by the throne. question is that this motion be agreed to. There have voted contents 251, not contents 214, therefore the contents have it.
So this is the big one, no? Big one, no?
Motion.
Order.
Motion H1, Lord Sharp of Epsom.
My Lords, I've already spoken to motion H that this House do not insist on its Amendment 10, to which the Commons have disagreed for their reason 10A. I beg to move.
The question is that motion H be agreed to. Motion H1, Lord Brown of Ladyton.
I beg to move motion H1 and I wish to test the opinion of the House.
The original question was that motion H1 be agreed to, since when motion H1 has been moved as an amendment to motion H, at the end insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is therefore that motion H1 be agreed to. As many of that opinion shall say content. Content. Contrary not content.
Not content.
The question will be decided by a division and I will inform the House when voting is open. Voting is now open. Clear the bar. question is that this motion be agreed to. To be agreed to. As many are of that opinion shall say content. Contrary not content. Contents will go to the right by the throne, the not contents to the left by the bar. Question is that this motion be agreed to.
Is the old classic, yeah?
There have voted contents 248, not contents 209. Therefore, the contents have it.
Majority is going up. Yeah. Let's keep on that.
House to be in committee on the economic activity of public bodies (Overseas Matters) Bill. Baroness Neville-Rolfe.
My Lords, I beg to move that the House do now resolve itself into a committee upon the bill.
The question is that the House do now resolve itself into a committee upon the bill. As many of that opinion shall say content, contrary not content, the contents have it. In Clause 1, Amendment 1, Lord Wallace of Saltaire.
My Lords, as we're starting committee stage, perhaps I may say a few things about how we should handle the bill from now on. After second reading and after the common stages in which there were a large number of sharp criticisms from Conservatives as well as others about the quality of the drafting and the coverage of the bill, I would have expected the government in between second reading and committee either to have produced a number of government amendments to clarify some of the many imprecisions in the bill, and perhaps to have arranged to meet some of us who had spoken at second reading. I'm sorry that that has not happened, and I very much hope that between committee and report the government will be responding to some of the criticisms by bringing forward clarifying amendments, and the Minister and the Bill team will be willing to meet with us to discuss some of the arrangements. The lack of engagement is troubling, and the absence of government amendments at this stage is extremely worrying. I recognise that this is very much a Michael Gove bill, and that he, as Secretary of State, probably wishes to get the bill through, if possible, without amendment. But here we are in the amending House, and the Minister also has a duty as a Lord's Minister to listen to and engage with the reasoned criticisms made of the many highly imprecise elements in this bill, and to respond. My Lords, we now move on to Clause 1, and I have two amendments in this group. One is to raise the question what is meant by political and moral disapproval, and whether the word influenced by political and moral disapproval is sufficient. And the second is Amendment 6, which refers to any person seeking to persuade the decision maker as well as the decision maker. My Lords, the environmental, social and corporate governance area has, as the noble Lord the Minister will know, a long history. It goes back to the Sullivan Principles, which I'm sure she will remember from the United States, again formulated by Mr. Sullivan as a Director of General Motors in the context of apartheid South Africa, and setting out a number of principles which companies and others should follow when dealing with investments and procurement. Those principles have since expanded into the whole ESG dimension, which we see actively discussed in Britain, in the United States, and in a number of other market economy countries. The right wing in the United States is busily attacking all of them in favour of what one has to describe as an amoral capitalism, in which profit is the only thing that you're ever allowed to think about. And I recall that the first person who started attacking the Sullivan principles was Professor Milton Friedman, who strongly believes that companies have no other duties than to pursue the greatest profit possible for their shareholders. My Lords, what we need to know here is what is meant by influenced by moral or political disapproval, and my Amendment 1 suggests that it has to be very considerable in order to be a primary cause of the decision, and not simply something that's come in or can be argued under Clause 5, which we'll get to later in terms of judicial review,